Hi everyone. Sorry for the late start again. I just can never get this live streaming right. But hopefully everyone can see and hear me now. It looks like everything is good, I think. Um, Anyhow, welcome everyone. Thanks for everyone that came in on time. I'm sorry I'm late again as usual. But um, Wow, it's been a busy week for me. I've been out playing with the EM5 Mark III, trying all kinds of different things. And you know, it's been it's been interesting. I mean, I really like the camera, and what I'm discovering, I thought I'd be able to just like jump right in and start using it. And for the most part, that's true. But yeah, the workflow is different with every camera that I have. Like when I go from the M1 Mark II to the M5 Mark III to the M10 Mark II to my Pen PL8 to my Pen F. God, that's five Olympus cameras plus my TG5. I have a serious case of gas. I've been looking at lenses this week too. But anyhow, um, I wanted to update the content on my channel with some tutorials and things with the M5 Mark III because it's very similar to the M10 Mark III in the menu system and the EM1 Mark II. So, um, but what I'm finding is the workflow is so different with this new menu system that I'm not gonna be able to just jump right in and start making content for it. And that's what I discovered, and that's why I've been doing these photo walks, going out and just using the camera like anyone would, and I'm finding it a little awkward at first, right? I'm getting there, but once I kind of get my workflow down with this camera and the menu system, I'll do a Olympus for Beginners series. I'll update that. I'll update the all my menu settings explained, and then I'll go through some of the special features on the camera. So I'm gonna do all that, and give me uh give me 1 second because I haven't had my coffee yet. I'm just gonna grab my mug. It was brewing in the other room. All right. So that's kind of the news or what I've been up to this week. I've also been testing out the 75 to 300, and I did some adapted lens stuff with the 200 millimeter. This is the this is a Nikon 200 millimeter f4. So I found a couple of things that were kind of interesting about the camera, and a little bit about a little more on the 75 to 300. So let me just pause here for a second and look at the questions and see if there's anything that I can answer right away. Let's see. If you have the Olympus 14 to 150, what's your opinion of the lens? I don't have that lens. I've tried it a couple of times in the store, and what I really like about it, obviously, is the range from 14 to 150. It gives you an excellent range, and you're not going to have to swap lenses as much like I do, because all I have is the 14 to 42 and the 40 to 150 kit lens, and it's a little bit awkward for me because I vlog and I have to, kind of hold the camera out with the 14 to 42, but then if I'm going to do any kind of, where I need a zoom, I have to swap lenses. So the 14 to 150 would, I've been looking at that lens. Like I said earlier, I've been looking at lenses, getting it for myself just to maybe improve that workflow for me. But I don't know how much difference it would really make for most people that are just primarily photographers. If you have the 14 to 42 kit lens right now, I'd recommend getting the 40 to 150 zoom lens is only $99. And I think that would be a much better choice over the 14 to 150, unless for some reason you want weather sealing. then the 14 to 150 makes sense because it's around 300, 350 bucks on the refurb sites or used, minty. And brand new is like $500 or something. So it's a little bit pricey, and it's not adding a lot of value if you already have a kit lens, 14 to 42. So I would recommend the 99. Is right now it's $99, the 40 to 150. But I think the image quality and everything look fine on it from what I've seen from other photographers. Let's see. Let me scroll up just a bit. Hope that's not the scroll window. What do I like more, the Pen F or the Mark III? I like the for photography. I like the Pen F more, just because it's more JPEG centric, and I'm really a big time JPEG shooter, and it has more controls for controlling the output or the images in JPEG. So I prefer it over the EM5 Mark III for just static type still image photography, landscapes, travel, things like that. Sports action, though, you have to go with the EM5 Mark III. If you have like little kids you want to chase around, or you have like soccer games you want to go to and get shots of, or birds in flight, yeah, the EM5 Mark III is superior for that. But for just the kind of photography I do, the photo walk, street photography, I prefer the Pen F, mainly for its, the JPEG engine. And let's see, and aesthetically, I just think the Pen F is gorgeous. Let's see what else I got here. The 60 macro. If you do a lot of macro work, yeah, it's around $300. The question is, what do I think about the 60 millimeter macro lens? And I think David Thorpe did an excellent review on that lens. It's not a lens that I would buy because I don't do a ton of macro work. I just use extension tubes on my 40 to 150 kit lens, and that's close enough for me. But if you want true 1-to-1 macro, the 60 is a superior choice over, say, the 30 millimeter, because you need a little bit more working distance. Generally speaking, it's easier to work with. You can put like flashes on and get lighting into the macro onto the subject a little easier with the 60 millimeter macro. And other than that, it's tack sharp. I think Jimmy Chang used it for portrait work as well, which was kind of interesting. I think that's a viable option too. If you're thinking about doing portrait photography, it's a little cheaper option than the 75 millimeter f1.8. Did I end up checking out the 75 to 3? Yeah, I did. This is the 75 millimeter to 300 millimeter. The cheap one, right? It's $399 right now, brand new. And I got a lens hood for it. I've had this lens for probably 2 years now. It's one of the first lenses I bought for my camera. But I haven't used it a whole lot because I don't do a lot of birding and wildlife photography. But I did make an effort this week to go out and try some birding, and using this lens. The only challenge I'm having, and this is the same problem I had when I was kind of into it last year, was it's very slow in terms of f-stop. It's an what does that say? f4.8 to 6.7. So you have to always be in bright sunlight, really good lighting for birding photography, because you have to set your shutter speed at minimum 1/1000th of a second. I prefer 1/2000th of a second. And if it's within an hour or 2 hours of sunset, and it's cloudy, there's no way you're going to get any kind of images out of it. It's just too dark. I'll show you some samples I took this week just to give you an idea. But I mean, it focuses very fast, and and I've been working with the birds in flight settings that I got from Mirrorless Comparisons. When he was looking at the EM1 Mark II's, what do you call it? firmware 3.0 focusing. And I've done a few tweaks to that since then from what he suggests, because he did an excellent job. He or she, I don't want to sound sexist, but but I think it's Matthew Gasquet website, Mirrorless Comparisons. He has a page there on the firmware 3.0 update for the EM1 Mark II, and the EM5 Mark III has the same focusing system, right? And it's very, very similar to the M1X camera, but he found that the M1X did even better, and he attributed that to the dual processing. Let me see. Where are my bird pictures? Oh, here's some. Okay, I'm going to switch over here if I can. There we go. A little peek right here. Okay, so let's see. As you can see, there were some other photographers out there with their humongous lenses and cameras, right? And this was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, if I recall correctly. And I was using Pro Capture. Sorry, let me make sure I have the questions here so I can keep an eye on that for you. I'll just pull up any one. So, when you use Pro Capture, oh my God, you end up with like thousands of images. But this is the 75 to 300. This is at what focal length? This is all the way out to 300 millimeters. And let's see. Get my head out the way. It looks like at f7.1. But if I punch in, you can see it's pretty sharp when you have pretty good light, right? I mean, look at the feathers and the toes and everything. And I was at a shutter speed of 1/320th of a second because this bird was just kind of sitting here. And I was at ISO 250. So it did a really good job, I think, for what this image is. Let me see if there's anything else. But the problem I ran into is when it started, the light started to drop. Like down in here, you can see that the light is dropping and the sun is actually already behind the trees for the most part. Let's see, this image was ISO 200, so I haven't changed my ISO and everything yet. But it's just too dark and too slow at this, so I said, okay, let me crank up the shutter speed. So I went into shutter priority and tried to catch some birds. Where are we? Let me see. Like here's one. Okay. So I'm at 1/1000th of a second. This is at 300 millimeters, f8, ISO 16,000, right? And that's where I had to be at ISO 16,000 in this light to get my shutter speed up to 1/1000th of a second. And the noise is what it is at 16,000, and the bird was so far away that the noise just kind of overpowers all of the detail and everything that's in the image. So really with this lens, you don't want to be anything over like ISO 3200, because I could show you more shots to give you an idea of what that is, but basically it's less noise, right? Particularly when the subjects are so far away. I mean, this thing was like a little dot to my eye, but I'm zoomed out all the way to 300 millimeters. And you can see even 1/1000th of a second, even though there's some noise in this image, there's still some motion blur from the wings flapping. So, but I'm practicing, right? A lot of this is user error. Sorry, let me set up my windows again. But yeah, a lot of this is user error. I'm just trying to get a feel for shooting in a little bit lower light, but that's the problem with wintertime, right? It's always cloudy, and it's really hard to do birds in flight with this lens if it's cloudy out. Even in midday, like I went out shooting with taking pictures of my dog, trying to do the continuous autofocus tracking and setting up zones. And I was getting a hit rate of like 20-30% because I just didn't know what I was doing. Even with all the settings that I got from mirrorless comparisons, it was a train wreck for me. I got a few good shots, apparently, but really with sports and action and birds in flight and fast moving things like a running dog, I would say it's 80-90%. The photographer has to have that skill to track objects so that the camera can focus on it. I just, even when I had my D750, any camera I used, it was always up to the photographer to have the skill to be able to track those things. And then you have to have a fast lens. So that was the other thing I was looking at this weekend was the 40-150 f2.8 Pro lens. I'm trying to find a good deal on that. But okay, so hopefully but I am working on the 75-300 and the pro capture and sports action type photography with birding. But I have to go out, when it's not like an hour from sunset. I have to go out during the middle of the day, and it has to be bright and sunny, and so I can keep my ISOs low, and then I'll get some good images to share. But I will share, the bad part, like I just showed you, right? How hard it is when the light starts to drop to use a slow lens, because this was, let's say, at f8. Man, if I can be at f2.8, that's what? That's 5, 4. That's 3 stops better. So instead of ISO 6400, I'd be at 3216. I'd be at ISO 800 with the same shutter speed. So that's why I was looking at the 40-150. And if you put a teleconverter on it, you're still pretty fast. Okay. So Salman, hopefully that answered your question to some extent about the 75-300. I'm just not I'm not done yet, but I am working on it. But it's very sharp lens. Otherwise, you can see it's a little bit soft when you get over 250, but it's pretty sharp from 75 millimeters up to 200. Then over 200, you can a little softness if the object is far away. But if the object is relatively close and you can fill the frame with the subject, it's still very, very sharp, I think. Oh, hey, Jack. Yeah, I will start working on the M5 Mark III tutorials. Like I said, there's some workflow issues I need to get around before I can actually make a tutorial and say this is how I do things. Because it only has the one custom button, but I'm finding some workarounds for that. And I'm finding some other things that it had that I liked. And one thing I didn't like. I'm curious as to what smartphone. I have a Galaxy S9. So it's relatively new. It has the same camera as the Galaxy S10, so I think for image quality it should be the same. The only differences were I think they improved the image stabilization algorithm in the S10, but image quality is exactly the same. But yeah, if comparing the images, I can try. I'll make a note. I mean, I hardly use my cell phone for pictures other than like what I cooked for the day, because I like to share what I cook sometimes with my family. And like especially my mom, she doesn't think I can cook, and I'm like, here, look, this is what I made today. Anyway, so she's always like bringing me food, and I'm like, Mom, I'm fine, I can cook. So S9 versus Olympus, we'll just say Olympus. Because image quality is pretty much the same across the board for all their cameras. I mean, even all the way back to the Mark I versions. Let's see. 75 to 300, yep. Okay, if you're going to talk about the 75 to 300, it's a good lens. People seem to say nothing but bad things about it. I'm tempted because of the size instead of buying the 40 to 150 Pro. Oh, okay, Salman. Yeah, I don't know if I answered your question already about that, but yeah, if you're going to be shooting in lower light, and you need to crank your ISO to keep the shutter speed high, the 40 to 150 is a better deal, I think. That's why I'm looking at it. I won't know until I actually buy the lens and start using it, but based on the metadata from my photography, the shots that I did, if I can be 3 stops faster, even if the image is further, even if it doesn't have as much magnification, that's going to be much better than this lens. But it cost what, 10 times as much, or well, 3 times as much. So I wouldn't recommend the 40 to 150 Pro for most people. I'd say the 75 to 300 is better, is a better fit. And then once you can get your photography skill down for tracking birds and fast moving objects, then at that point maybe sell the 75 to 300 and buy the 40 to 150, because really it's 80-90% photographer skill when it comes to those kinds of subjects, fast moving birds and animals or kids, things like that. The 40 to 150 is not going to help you as much. If you're going to talk about is it a good lens? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, Simon. I'm answering your question twice. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Fotis. What's my opinion of the Lensbaby Pro 2? I've never used the Lensbaby Pros. I mean, they look like neat little lenses, that you can kind of tilt. But it's manual focus, right? So if you're comfortable with manual focusing, I think it'll be an interesting lens to try. It's a little pricey though. I think it was $200-300 for that thing. I don't remember what it cost. It wasn't cheap. And I think a better deal might be is the 35 millimeter CCTV lens, because that'll give you really nice swirly bokeh as well. And those are only like $30. So I have a video on, it's called Get Swirly Bokeh with These Cheap Lenses. Watch that first before you buy Lensbaby. All right, because you can buy a 35 and a 25, f1.7, f1.6 for like $50 together. And I think it'll give you the effect that you're looking for compared to the Lensbaby. And they're a lot smaller and lighter. So check out my video on Swirly Bokeh, and you'll see some sample shots there from those lenses. Do I find the M5 Mark III much better for shooting at night over the EM10 II? Yes. Also have any experience with the GX9? No, I do not. And, the short answer, Robert, is, yeah, it's much better for shooting at night over the M10. And it's not because of the ISO noise performance. It is a little bit better. It's more for the autofocusing. That thing locks on to almost anything, relative to the M10 Mark III. So if you're doing a lot of night shooting and you need to autofocus, yeah, the M5 Mark III is way superior to the M10 Mark III, EM10 Mark II, or the Mark III, because it has the phase detect autofocus system. I think that's what's helping it. But I think, yeah, just for the autofocus alone. Now, if you're manually focusing or you don't mind, because I have 2 videos where I did photo walks, one with the EM1 Mark II and one with the EM10 Mark II. So watch those 2 photo walks that I did at the National Harbor, and you'll see the difference there. How I was kind of struggling with autofocus with the EM10 Mark II, and the EM1 Mark II, I wasn't struggling at all. It was just fine. So if you want to see like in real time, or a video that I did on those 2 cameras, because the EM1 Mark II has the same system as the M5 Mark III. Let's see. Oh, you're welcome. Where am I here? Oh, hey Mitchell. Yeah, you were asking me about the twin macro flash in one of my comments in one of the videos. I don't have any experience with that flash, but um, if you're doing macro work, it's a big deal to have that light right on the end of the lens and close up. You know, I bought 3 or 4 years ago. I bought a macro ring flash that attaches via screw-on filters to the front of the lens, and that made a huge difference in the macro photography that I was doing at the time. I haven't touched it since. It just I should get back into that. It's a lot of fun actually. So, but you can buy third-party macro ring flashes. I think I only paid like $35 for mine, and it's good enough. And they have LED versions now too, which are good enough for macro work, I think. But it really depends. If you're hardcore serious about macro photography, having a quality ring flash or this STF8 flash is a big deal because of the being able to set the colors and everything. But you want to get accurate colors with your macro work. But if you're kind of doing it as a hobby or enthusiast, I think, you know, one of the cheaper options, they're a little bulkier, but a cheaper option, you know, $35 for a, you know, macro ring flash is a good way to start and get a feel for it. But I think you already have the STF8, so I'm just kind of it doesn't matter. You just have to get good with that one. But I don't actually own it because I don't do enough macro work. Oh, hey Brent, thanks for the feedback. Wow, you sold that. Wow, okay. You didn't think about buying like the 1.4x teleconverter for it? Because I heard, you know, that will give you, you know, the reach, I think, or even the 2x teleconverter they have now. Oh, hey Robin, how are you? Glad to see you made it. Hello Chuck. Let's see. PenF OMD. Oh, black and white comparison. I've done a black and white comparison between Fuji and the EM10 in a couple of photo walks. But you know, I think it'd be more interesting to do a comparison between the PenF and the Fuji acros and black and white monotones. Because now we're just talking about working in JPEG, right? We're not doing any post processing. So I will do a PenF Fuji comparison. I think that'll be a lot more interesting. I'll make a note: PenF versus Fuji, because there's color profiles and things too I want to compare between the PenF. But between the two cameras, I can tell you now the PenF is going to be superior long term in terms of working with black and whites, because it has a lot more controls than I can find on the Fuji at this point. Now I just got that Fuji, so I haven't used it like since I got the M5 Mark III a week ago. But yeah, I will do a comparison hopefully soon. The weather's supposed to be nice on Wednesday, so maybe I'll go out that day. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, my button cap on my EM5. No, I haven't sent it in because I want to use the camera. It works fine otherwise. You know, I don't want to send it in. And even if I send it in, I'm worried they may not have parts for it yet because it's so new. So I'm just going to wait a while before I send it in. Maybe when I break something else on it, I'll send it in. Let's see. Saw the GR8 deal. Oh, cost of. Oh, saw a great deal. God, I'm sorry. There's so many acronyms that I have to get around. The EM1 Mark II or the EM5 Mark III. Again, it really depends on what kind of photographer you are. If you want to be travel light, you know, EM5 Mark III, if you're using mostly the small primes and things, you know, like right now I have the 45 f1.8, and this is a small and light camera, and the grip is decent enough that even when I had this monster lens on it, it was fine. But if you're going to be shooting with pro lenses a lot, you know, the f1.2s and the 40 to 150 or the 300 f4, you got to get the EM1 Mark III because it has a really nice grip on it, and it has a little better pro capture mode. You know, it captures more photos and things. I think it's overkill personally, but it is better for sports action than it is for anything else. But 99% of the time, I don't do sports action photography. I just walk around and vlog, take some pictures. So I think the EM5 Mark III is a much better fit for that kind of photography. And but you still get the great autofocusing, you know, in low light, which is amazing. Man, $10.99 for an EM1 Mark II. That's amazing. Oh, one other thing with the EM1 Mark II that I think may be a big deal. Okay, it's not for me, but the battery life on that EM1 Mark II is amazing. So if battery life is important to you, like you want to go out with just 2 batteries all day long and the next day maybe, EM1 Mark II all day long. The EM5 Mark III, you know, I can go a couple hours on one battery with a normal photo walk, but it's dead after that. So, but the EM1 Mark II, man, I can go all day almost on one battery, maybe twice as long, 3 times as long on that. So the grip and the battery are the main things with the EM1 Mark II. 75 to 300 compared to my 150 to 600 Sigma, there's not a huge difference. True. Yeah, the 75 to 300 is really equivalent to this 150 to 600 on a full frame camera. And I do have a Tamron 150 to 600. And yeah, it's not any faster or sharper than this lens, which cost half as much. So, and this, of course, is, my God, you know, probably a quarter of the weight of that 150 to 600. I mean, that 150 to 600 is massive. It's got like an 80 something millimeter lens ring on it. Let's see. Hello from Denmark. Yes. Hi from Greece. Wow. Uh, Boy, I have to catch up. I've been talking too long on each subject. Decided for the money I would get the 40 to 150 and the, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're doing portraits, the 40 to 150 is a bit much, right? I hear good things about that Sigma 56. Do you like that? The only bad thing I hear about Sigma, and I've experienced this personally, not on my Micro Four Thirds cameras, but on my Nikon, I traded all of my Sigma lenses back in. I had the whole trinity of those. It just, the autofocusing was a problem. It would say it was locked on focus, but when I got back and looked at the images on my computer, they were out of focus. So that was one of the reasons. I'd say that was secondary reason I traded them back in. The main reason I traded them in, they were so big and heavy. My God, not like this 56, which seems like a nice little lens. The Ollie 8mm f1.8 against the 7 to 14 Pro. All right, the 7 to 14 Pro is a little bit slower lens. I think it's an f2.8. So if you need more light, the 8mm is a better choice because you can do all the correction and post-processing in terms of that fisheye effect if you want. But then you have the option to use the fisheye effect too. So I think it's a better choice and it's cheaper. For me personally, I use that lens more than I would the 7 to 14 Pro. And I have the Panasonic version of the 7 to 14, and that thing is just collecting dust now since I got the 8mm. An 8mm fisheye will also give you options for astrophotography as well, because I think it's a full stop and a third faster than the 7 to 14. And so I want to explore that option as well as doing some astrophotography. So I think the 8mm fisheye is a much better option than a 7 to 14. Now, if you don't like the doing all that correction in post and you want a nice rectilinear image, and you need a little bit more zoom than 8mm is fixed, right? Then maybe the 7-14, but that lens is so expensive for what you get, I think. I just don't, I couldn't possibly justify the cost of that lens for anything that I do. Let's see. Oh, okay, Mitchell. What camera do you have now? I assume you have an EM10 Mark 1 or an EM5 Mark 1. Uh, but between the EM10 Mark 2 and the EM10 Mark 3, if you like to control the camera a little more, get the EM10 Mark 2. No question for photography. For video, the EM10 Mark 3 may be a tiny bit better because it has 4K, and supposedly the TruePic 8 processor, the focusing is a little better. But the M10 Mark II is, I've seen that thing for like 250 bucks for the body. Oh my God, that's I've spent more on lens filters than I've spent on a EM10 Mark II. So get the Mark II is the short answer, for the more control. Robert says, I've been trying out some night shots recently and had to use manual focusing. Tempted by the EM5 Mark III, but the GX9 rangefinder body. Yeah. The main thing I would compare between those two cameras, for me, if I was looking at them, is the viewfinder, right? I really like the viewfinder in EM5 Mark III. It's definitely a little bigger and brighter than the EM10 Mark II. Even though on paper they look almost the same, that little bit of difference really makes using the viewfinder on the EM5 Mark III so much better. I like it even more than my EM1 Mark II. But I'm not that familiar with GX9 or anything Panasonic makes. I think SulatonBlog or SulatonVlog. I can never remember his channel name. He does a lot of Panasonic stuff. And so does James Popsis, but he doesn't talk about the cameras too much. I don't know. He's a lot of fun to watch, but I when I walk away, I can't remember what he was talking about. Let's see. Hi from Norway. Hi. South Carolina. Nice. I was talking about South Carolina yesterday. Considering the 12-100 f4. Yeah, I was looking at that hard yesterday too. It was like the 12mm wide is better for me because, like I said, I'm a hybrid shooter, vlogger, and photographer. But what kind of killed it for me for that lens was the f4. If I'm going to spend that kind of money, we're talking $1,000 plus, I'm going to get an f2.8 or faster. And that's kind of what ruled it out for me at the end. I mean, I watched Wong's video. I watched Peter's video on that lens. I watched, a few other videos. And I think it's a great walk-around lens, but it's really heavy. And if I'm going to carry that kind of weight, I'm not going to do it for street photography or travel photography. It just doesn't make sense for me. I'm not comfortable with that. And again, at that price point, I'm getting the 40-150 at f2.8. I'm going to get an f2.8 or faster lens for that kind of money. Yeah, Brent. Yeah, some people love that lens, man. It's like glued to their camera, and I think if you're comfortable with the carrying it around, it's really a great lens. Get between the 12-40 and the 12-45. The 12-40 f2.8 is good, and Panasonic has a 12-35, which is really good. If you're going to spend, like I said, the kind of money that they're probably going to ask for those lenses, I would get the faster lens, the f2.8. It makes a big difference in being able to shoot at lower ISOs. I mean, depth of field and all that is not that important, really, in the long run. I mean, it's kind of a one-trick pony, right, getting that shallow depth of field. But day-to-day pictures, you want to have lower ISOs. And having another stop of light is going to make a big difference. Okay, Brent, yeah, keep me posted, time to time in the live streams or in the comments about that lens. I'm tempted by it because it's only $429 right now. It's just not a focal length I need because I have a 75 to 1.8. I have a 45 to 1.8. I just don't know why I need a 56. Oh, Alan. Oh, you speak Chinese? Wow, that's something. That's that's something. My brother-in-law speaks Chinese, and he's total white bread. And it's so funny when he goes to the stores to buy rice or whatever. He'd overhear like these Chinese women talking about him in Chinese, and he'd like talk back to them, and they'd be shocked. Their eyes would be like this, Anyhow, let's see. Yeah, so SulatonBlog. Thank you, Robin. I'm sorry. Yeah, Sulato does a lot of good lens reviews on Panasonic. You should check that out. Let's see. Any thoughts on the new lens roadmap? Yeah, I'm not excited about f4, to be honest, even if they're smaller and lighter, because I got an f2 right here, small and light. I mean, it's got the lens hood on it. I got an f2 prime right here. I mean, I guess all of those f4s were zoom lenses, right? So this is not a fair comparison. But where's my kit lens? Here. This kit lens, right? You can buy all day long, $99 to $150, right? This is f3.5 wide open and it only goes to f5.6, right? And f4 is not that much faster. It's one stop faster than f5.6 on the long end. But if it's going to cost, 5 times as much as this lens, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. I mean, I guess it makes sense for people that are buying, because I think the theory or the story is that people buying the M5 Mark III are going to want smaller, lighter lenses. But Olympus already has a good selection of smaller, lighter lenses. The 40 to 150, the 30, the 14 to 42, the 14 to 150. Yeah, they're about a stop slower on the long end, but pricing is going to be the most important thing on those f4 lenses. If the f4 lenses are maybe $100 more and weather sealed, then yes, absolutely, I would recommend those lenses. But I haven't seen any pricing for them. If they're costing 2-3 times as much as the kit lenses they already have out, yeah, I'm not going to get that excited about it. Not at f4. A good microphone for the Mark III. Yes, the Mark III, I've been really enjoying this. I have a couple of reviews on some other wireless microphones, but I don't recommend those over this one now because this just came out. It's a Harmonic Blink 500. Okay, so this is what I'm using now. It's the Harmonic Blink 500. And it's $179 and that's, full retail. If it goes on sale, it's even better deal, right? But this is how it looks on the camera. All right, it's not bad. I mean, it looks big because the EM5 Mark III is such a tiny camera, right? Because there's also the Rode mic, right? That little Rode Micro, whatever it is. It's a little smaller than this one, true story, right? But it doesn't come with its own lav mic. This one comes with a lav mic, but it also, if you don't want the lav mic, you can just use this and record directly in. And the sound quality is awesome. And I do get about 4 hours of battery life out of it. But that's it. I mean, it's not like, they weren't lying when they said 4 hours. It's 4 hours and it's off. I don't know what the Rode mic is. I think it's a little longer. But, Yeah, the Harmonic Blink 500. They have a and what's nice is if you want to set up a dual microphone system where you have two people, like an interview situation, you just buy another transmitter for like whatever that price is. You can buy a 2 transmitter kit for like $250, and it comes with 2 transmitters and 2 mics. But I just bought the $179 version because I have a dual mic system that I reviewed that I use if I'm going to be doing interviews. The GX8 is better than the GX9, really. Only thing I know about the GX8 is it has a mic jack and the GX9 does not. It's difficult to focus with a vintage lens on a non-stabilized camera. Yeah, it is. If it's not, yes, Serge. If there's no stabilization, particularly on the telephoto, like my God, my 200mm f4 Nikon, yeah, I would have an extremely difficult time focusing this without image stabilization because everything is so jittery. The wide-angle lenses, though, you really shouldn't have a problem. You know, like if it's a 50 or a 25. Oh, you were asking me, is it difficult? I'm sorry, you weren't making a statement. No. Yeah, I did answer your question. I'm sorry. On a non-stabilized lens, non-stabilized camera, it's hard. It's really hard. The wider angles are okay, but then the wide-angle vintage lenses are kind of expensive, right? You might as well just buy a non-vintage one. But at 50mm, it's still not too bad. It's better to have stabilization than not. Okay. Dang, the questions are coming up fast, or I'm just talking too much. I need to extend this window a bit. Oh, thanks, Arthur. Yeah, I'm trying. It's nice, you know. Arthur's saying my vlogs are better with the M5 Mark III. Yeah, it's nice to be able to just have one camera when I go out and take pictures and record video instead of, you know, going all over the place with 3, 4 cameras and syncing those things up in post. Oh my God, what a freaking nightmare! Anybody that does YouTube channel with, you know, one-man shops, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Like, right, Robin? uh, let's see. Tiny Primes, yep. Niagara Falls, hello. Hey, Ron. Yeah, I've taken the Pen F out in rain, but I don't recommend it if they say it's not weather sealed. It's not weather sealed. I just got lucky because the problem with the Pen F, I mean, it's got these 2 rain buckets here on top, which they call microphones, and then all of these nooks and crannies right around the dials, and I mean, I just don't recommend it. You can sometimes I'll wrap Saran wrap around the camera, because you can still touch the screen and everything. You just can't flip it out, right? And push all the buttons with Saran wrap, and that'll seal the camera up if it really starts to pour. But just bring an umbrella with you and keep the camera close to your vest. Let's see. A lot of conversation on Black Friday prices. Yeah, there's so many good deals. Hi Rob, love your videos. I've ordered to use as a hiking vlog camera along with it. Yeah, the 918 is awesome. That's an awesome vlogging lens. I want to get that lens. but man, $500 or whatever it costs. I said I'll just use my kit lens. Yeah, no thanks on f4, right, Mark? I mean, f4 is just not quite enough for me. If the pricing is right, if they do weather sealing and only add about $100 over, say, a kit lens, yeah, then no question I would get those, but not if they're going to charge pro lens prices. Okay. The double E1 dot sight. Yeah, people love that thing. I don't have it. I played with it at the store, but I don't do enough birding or long distance photography to say if it's really worth the money. If you do a lot of long distance, like objects far away, it might be worth a shot. Buy it somewhere where you can return it, because if it doesn't work for you, you can return it. Yeah, the 12 millimeter f2 is awesome, Kent. I can highly recommend that. I can't say anything. Hi, Julio. I don't have any opinion on the 17 millimeter f1.8. It depends on the pricing. If it's let me see what that costs. LAOW 17 f1.8. Let's see. B&H has this for $200. Oh, it's $200 lens. Yeah, for $200. But honestly, the Olympus version right now is $350. It's on sale. So I would get the Olympus version over the Laowa, because when you use an Olympus lens, you can take advantage of all the like little, features in our Olympus cameras that you're not going to be able to do with a manual focus lens or third-party lens. But I'm sure it's fine. I mean, it's just I just wouldn't want to manually focus a 17 millimeter. It gets old after a while. It's fun once in a while, like if you do have a vintage lens manually focusing, but if you want a lens to use all the time every day, yeah, manual focusing gets old. Um, okay, Kostov likes his 17-1.8. Have you tried the Lumix 45 to 200? No, I've not. Just get the 40 to 150 from Olympus for $99. You can because I think that lens will do focus stacking and stuff. Like I said, when you buy Olympus lenses, you're not going to miss out on any features. Almost always when you buy a third-party lens or a different manufacturer, some of the features are not going to work in Olympus that you're going to miss out on. Price quality. Yeah, again, comparing the Panasonic 100 to 400 versus the 75 to 300. If all you need is that reach and nothing else, then maybe the Panasonic's a better way to go. But like I said, whenever you buy Panasonic or third-party lenses, you start to lose some of the features that are inner cameras that you can use, and I can't think of them off the top of my head. Which one specifically you lose, even with the 75 to 300, but there are reasons. I think like high-res shot mode, you're not going to be able to do that. Not that you would with a 400 millimeter lens, but I think that's one of the things you'll lose if you use a third-party lens. I can't remember though. But I made that decision a while ago that I'm not going to buy third-party lenses unless I want it for a very specific reason. So if you have a specific reason you need to go to 400 millimeters instead of 300, then yeah, get that lens. But that's what I think about that. Let's see. I see Robin. Yeah, Robin he drops in my channel live streams time to time. I appreciate that. He's the happiest photographer on earth. Let me tell you, happiest man on earth. He's always smiling in his videos, and that's what I love about his channel, you know. And he did a great video about things that Olympus quietly took away, and they took away everything I like on the M5 Mark III. I used the custom mode in the My Sets, and I use that being able to take a picture while I'm recording video, and there were a couple other things he mentioned, and I'm like, God, I miss all of those things. But there's two things I think you miss, Robin, on that video. Maybe you mentioned them, but Olympus did take away. I don't think you mentioned this one, Robin. They took away focus stacking in camera. Maybe you did mention. I can't remember now. But yeah, the M5 Mark III, I couldn't find focus stacking in camera, whereas the M5 Mark II had it. And then also, but they did add lens profiles. So if you like adapting lenses, they did add lens profiles, just like on the Pen F and the M1 Mark II. So what they take away, they give back in some way, right? Yeah, you're right, Janet. Some cameras, you're right. People bash Micro Four Thirds, but it's okay. It's just not right for them. They can say whatever they want. All voices are welcome, right? Whatever people want to talk about or say about any camera system, it's fine. Everybody can say what they want. But I love Micro Four Thirds, and that's my say on it, right? Yeah, Kent, the F4, like I said, pricing is going to be the key, though. Oh, thanks, Plato. I appreciate that. Um, oh, is it? Yeah, sorry if my face is going out of focus. There's a smudge on my lens. I think might be because I put lotion on this morning, and then I was handling the cameras. Now I got smudges on everything. I'd clean it, but I don't want to pick up my microfiber cloth with greasy hands. Then the grease gets on the microfiber cloth. So I could use a cloth to pick up the cloth, but anyway, you know where I'm. Yes, there's a giant smudge on my lens though. Yeah, so sorry about the autofocus. And I didn't really check the settings I had on the camera that carefully either this morning because I was having other technical issues. Let's see, worth waiting for the 150 to 400 instead of buying. Yeah, I would wait. I would wait for the 150 to 400 if you need that reach. The other option though is getting the 40 to 150 with the teleconverter. They have a 2x teleconverter or a 1.4 teleconverter, and it's almost the same speed as the 150 to 400. So I'm not sure what the 150 to 400 is going to bring to the table. I mean, when it comes out, we'll see. Because it has a lot of buttons on it, right? I'm like, why? So we'll have to see. Whereas the 40 to 150 only has one button. So, I think all the buttons are for workflow, right? If you want short distance or long distance focusing, etc., it may help the workflow better for professional work. But right now, I was looking at the 40 to 150 with a teleconverter. That might be a better option than this 150 to 400. But again, pricing is always key, right? I mean, it always makes a big difference. Oh, thank Costa. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, man, that 15 millimeter f1.7 from Panasonic is just, oh my God, I wish it was on sale right now. I so want that lens. I have the 17 now, so I just don't need it. If I didn't, when I had to choose back then between the 15 and the 17, I went to go buy the 15. But then when I tried it, because I do vlogging, the autofocusing was so slow. But it might be okay now with the M5 Mark III new autofocus system. So I may go back and try it again. But it's a terrific lens by all accounts. Oh, thank you, Ashwan. I appreciate that. And I'm sure Robin does too. Robin's a great guy. So is Peter. I love their channels. Um, yeah, the 15 millimeter I think is around 400 or 500 bucks. It's not a cheap lens because you're just getting one little prime at 15 millimeter, right? I mean, the kit lens is $99. Uh, so you have the focal length covered. It's just whether do you need, two stops of light. And for normal daytime shooting, you don't. Let's see. The 150. Oh, it has a 1.25 built in. Okay. So that'll give you up to 600 millimeter. But again, a 40 to 150 with a 2x converter, I think is almost the same thing. Uh, oh, hey, Jen. Oh, you like the 12 to 40 with the 5.3? Yeah, it's terrific. I took it out on that photo walk when I went to Sullyfield, and it was awesome. Yeah, Arthur, I'm working on some. Arthur's asking about, because we don't have my sets on the M5 Mark III, what am I doing? I did have a workaround. It's not pretty. Um, it's something that Olympus can put back in firmware so easily. Just let us assign a button to one of the custom settings instead of just having the one on the dial. If they do that, then this workaround would be a pain. It wouldn't be such a pain. It's a little bit of a pain, but I did come up with something. And once I need to practice a little more using this workaround. Uh, but it's for the way I shoot because I like the bracket shots, art bracketing. Sometimes I do exposure bracketing, and having only one custom mode on the camera is awkward, but I did work around that to some extent for the way I shoot. And it may not work for other people, this workaround, what I do, because it's very focused around bracketing shots, not around other types of workflow that other people might use. So there's honestly no substitute for having customizable my sets to a button or a C1, C2, 3, C4 on the mode dial. There's no substitute for that, but I can kind of do a workaround for the way that I shoot, but it may not apply to someone else. So once I kind of get it down, I will do a video on that. Um, yeah, another chime. See, you guys are making me want to buy the 15 millimeter. Oh, thank God the camera store is closed today. Oh my God, I would be so there. I have such a problem with gear. If anyone's considering a G9 for sport, the G9 looks much better on paper than in real life. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any experience with the G9. It looks like an awesome little camera. I love the top plate LCD and stuff, but I have an EM1 Mark II, which is at least 100 grams lighter. I'll trade 100 grams for a top plate LCD any day. let's see. Not really. The ep5 for 140. I'd go up to the, I think for about 200 euros or less, you can get the EPL7. That to me is a better deal. EP5 is a little bit dated. Go to the EPL7. That's a much better camera. I mean, if you can get the EP5 for less than 100 euros, then yeah, why not, right? I mean, that's basically one, that's just dinner for two. But at 140 euros, that seemed a little steep for that camera. I would go an EPL7 and pay just a little more, a little less than 200 euros for an EPL7. And then you get more features. I can't name off the top of my head, but Olympus added a few more things to the EPL7. Particularly the video quality is much better on the EPL7. Yeah, the My Sets. Well, they removed the My Sets and they call them custom settings now. I think My Sets. I think they had a fascination with MySpace, because the My Sets came up about the same time MySpace.com was a website. But whatever they call it, it's the custom sets are still there. They just took away the ability to program those to a button. So they need to add that back in, so I can have custom 1 on the mode dial. I can have custom 2, say, set to the ISO button or whatever. They definitely need to put that back in. Yeah, the EP10 is supposed to come out to the US. I'm not sure when. Honestly, I don't know when. Oh, thanks, Jelly. Does Olympus consult their... That's something Robin can answer. Oh, I guess he did. Maybe Robin and Wong can help with my set workaround. Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you think of something, Robin, on working around that, like I said, I have kind of a workaround that works for me, because I do bracketing, art bracketing, and exposure bracketing and things like that. But I don't know how it would work for other things. Maybe, you know what you can do is just go to my website and ask me specifically how you use the My Sets. And then I can probably answer that question a little better. Because I don't know how else you would use the My Sets other than the way I do it, where I change picture profiles, do art bracketing, do exposure bracketing with every other picture, right? I have to constantly switch between those. So go to my website and to contact me, and this is not just for Arthur, anyone. If how you use the My Sets, and now that it's missing, maybe I can think of a workaround for you. Yeah, they should just be able to just let you assign the My Sets to a button. Anyhow, that was I think I'm caught up. Now, if I didn't answer any of your questions, just ask me again, because there's no way I'm going to scroll up and be able to find it, because my eyes are just not that good. Honestly, the screen is about 50% blurry to me at this distance. But then if I put my glasses on for too long trying to read this, I get dizzy. What else has happened this week? So I was lens shopping. The 40 to 150. Oh, Yashwan, if I appreciate that. You don't have to do that, but if you really want to, I'm not going to turn down a couple bucks. Just there's a link right here, paypal.me/robtrek, and you can throw in $1 or $2 if you like. That's the best way to do it. there might be a link on the screen somewhere. Maybe it's not available where you are, but you should be able to use that link below. And or another way to do it, if you plan on buying anything, if you go to my website, the very first post right now has a link to my Amazon page. Yeah, I agree. I mean, all three of us have a very different, I think, presentation, right? I think Peter's a little too serious sometimes, though. he And then Robin is always happy. It doesn't matter, what he says. If he's smiling, it's always good information, right? And I'm not ragging on Peter, but because I'm even, just, oh my God, my channel. I got to update my content. That's why I like live streaming. I feel like I'm more gregarious in person than I am when I do these tutorials. Because the tutorials, I feel like I'm just talking to a camera, and it's like, oh. And, the big thing is, oh my God, I so envy the tropical climate. I hate wintertime. I would move, but I have so many roots here in Maryland where I live. I can't move. But when I'm the oldest one in the family, I'm not yet, but when I'm the oldest one, I am moving. But right now I just have too many roots. But I'm going to move south, maybe South Carolina, North Carolina, somewhere where the winters are short. Because I don't mind like one snow. But man, when it's supposed to snow tomorrow, for God's, I mean, anyway. Yeah, sunny in Malaysia, and the food is awesome. I tell you. Some of the decisions are like intentional from the manufacturer just to keep all models attractive. My theory on the why they're not putting 120 frames per second on the M1 Mark II, and they could probably do it. Probably 90% they could do it. But they're not doing it, I think, because there's going to be a conflict with the viewfinder in the camera. Because the viewfinder in the EM1 Mark II can also display at 120 frames per second. So I think there's some technical anomaly there between those two settings. Now, what they might be able to do is force the viewfinder to stay at 60 frames per second and then record in 120p. But there might be some technical difficulty with that too, right? Like they can't get those two things to interact with each other. So that's my thoughts on it. It's pure speculation, but I have some background in computers, okay? And that's where my mind, that's the direction I go when I think, why are they not doing it, right? It's their flagship camera. Why doesn't it have everything every Olympus camera has, save the EM1X? But I think there's some technical issue between the viewfinder and the being able to record at that frame rate at the same time. It may be too much for the TruePic 8 processor, and that's why Olympus needs to come out with a TruePic 9. I was a little disappointed we didn't get a TruePic 9 on the EM5 Mark III, but that's just how good Olympus cameras are, right? When you buy one, they will last you for years and years, and nobody's going to be able to compete with them until for a couple years out. Sub-zero weather. Yeah. I ain't going out. I don't even like to go out when it's cloudy, to be honest, but now it's cloudy and cold and windy. Oh, I'm getting cold thinking about it. Yeah, I'm gonna update my channel with the M5 Mark III. I'm just tutorials because I'm still struggling with the workflow a little bit because of the lack of the my sets. And Yeah, sure. I could do tutorials on the live view and the menu and everything, probably without any issue, without doing anything else. But in the back of my mind, I got this like this mental block that if I don't overcome that, I'm having a hard time starting a tutorial. It's just I don't know why my brain works like that. Hey, congrats, Guzman, on your EM5 Mark III. It's awesome camera. I love it. Can I do a tutorial on Godox flashes for the Fire Big Olympus? Oh, yeah, the Godox flashes are not compatible with the RC mode in the cameras. So the only way you're going to be able to fire the Olympus flashes are with the optical trigger mode. And I'm sure the optical triggers in the Olympus flashes are fine. Are much better than 90% of the Chinese brands. Better than Godox's optical triggers. I know that. But yeah, I'll have to do a tutorial on off-camera flash again. I did a little bit, but it wasn't. There is a flash. I do have a flash tutorial. Uh, but I was using. I mean, the technique's the same. But I'll do another one. I mean, it would be a little bit redundant and a lot of overlap with one or two of the other flash tutorials that I have. But I know what you mean. Sometimes it's best to see it with the actual same exact gear, Godox and Olympus, right? So I gotta make another note. Flash tutorial with Godox and Ollie. Okay. Hopefully I'll remember exactly what that means. Rob, try Atlanta. The summers are no more oppressive than DC area, but the winters are short and rarely see. Thank you, God. Oh yeah, I used to date a girl that moved down there. Oh, I almost moved down there just to. Anyway, that's uh that's another long sad story in my life. Um, so many missed opportunities in life. I mean, I love cameras and everything, but life is much bigger than our cameras, right? Anyway, I digress. Uh, the new TruePics always come out with the M. Yeah, you're right. Oh, that's Robin. Yeah, you would know, right? But you're right. Yeah, the M1s. That's when you see the new ones. So I'm hoping, yeah, the EM1 Mark III will have a TruePic 9. Set up a Flickr account so your followers can post. I don't know how to do Flickr where people can post to my Flickr account. I don't know why Flickr fell out of like the scene. They were huge, and they're terrific. I love being able to look at the EXIF data and everything. If you go to my Flickr account, you'll see I have all this, all the EXIF data for like 80% of the pictures there. The older ones, the EXIF data, not as much because I used to process a lot in Lightroom. I don't do that as much anymore. I just try to post straight out of camera because it's always good to see what you get out of the camera, and you want to try to get the image correct in camera as much as you can and then minimize post-processing if any. I made a recent post on my Instagram where I showed a Lightroom edit and then I showed an edit that I did in Workspace. And yeah, you can really give your picture some pop when you post-process, but I don't know. Time to time, it's okay if you want to give your picture some punch to it, but I'd like to get everything in camera as much as I can, because that's really how for me, that's how I grow as a photographer, is being able to see the light when you're out in the field and being able to control the camera the way you need to control it to get the image that you want. And then in post-processing, it's just icing on the cake, right? If any. Oh, Yashwan, yeah, big cats and wolves and birds and oh man, I don't know. It's hard for me to find things like that. I'd have to go to the local zoo here, the DC National Zoo. But there was a couple of people shot out there yesterday. Right outside, right in front of the frickin' zoo, two people were shot. So I don't like to go into DC, man. It's bad enough where I live right here in my neighborhood. I have like this Ring app, and I get notifications every week about shootings, going on within a mile or two of my house. And it only gets worse as you go into DC. But yeah, so I don't. Anyway, all I'm saying is don't get your hopes up on a tutorial about big cats and things. I just don't have access to that kind of scene or imagery. Oh, hey Jennifer. Yeah, I have a video. I think you saw it though. It's where I did all of the different effects in video. God, I forget. It's called See Every Picture Profile in Movie Mode. I do have a video, Jennifer. I'm sorry, you have to look around on the channel a little bit. I do have a video with all the different effects. I haven't done one specifically because I know there's a row of special effects at the bottom, but I think I did those too in that video. You can check it out there. Let's see. BSI dual base ISO in the new. Honestly, would love to see a BSI dual base ISO sensor in the EM13. I don't know if those to me are really kind of gimmicks, right? I mean, the dual base ISO is okay, but I think that would add an unnecessary cost to the camera. Because I rarely shoot over ISO 1600 in practice. And the BSI part, basically all that is they're putting the wires behind the sensor instead of in front. But the wires are so small now that it makes very little difference in terms of image quality or ISO performance. When you look at the processors of today between BSI and non-BSI sensors, there's almost no difference. And then if you look at the really small sensors like the TG5 or in your cell phones and like the 1-inch sensors, they all talk about BSI sensors because the sensors are so small, the wires have a little bit more impact on how much light is actually hitting each photo site. But on Micro Four Thirds and larger, having BSI is not as big a deal, even though they put them in the full frame cameras, BSI. And I think it's, honestly, to me, it's more of a marketing thing to say that you have a BSI sensor versus a non-BSI. Because on larger sensors, it doesn't make that much difference. On small sensors, it does because the wires are larger relative to the sensor size. And the dual ISO, basically, dual ISO is you're doubling the number of circuits in the camera in every photo site. And that's just going to add some cost to it, which I don't see a need for that. On higher end cameras like the GH5S and things like that, having that dual ISO makes sense, but you're paying for it, Okay, sorry. Wow, we've really let's see. Godox S Pro controller. Yeah, the 8200 Pro is awesome. I love that flash. I use it a lot, actually, in my pro work. I don't use it much personally. I use my TT350 for small stuff. Yes, I've gone to Harper's Ferry. I plan to go back there soon. I loved it up there. It's wonderful. Um, but if you go to my Flickr account, if you don't know what it is, just search for robtrek on Flickr and you'll find me. I have some pictures from Harper's Ferry on there, I think. But that was back when I was shooting Nikon. I haven't updated my Flickr really much. Yeah, Olympus Workspace is brutally slow. Even I have a 6-core Pentium 850 or whatever they call it. It was the latest and greatest earlier this year, when all the 8350 series came out, and I got 32 gig of RAM and SSD, and even then still I'm clicking things and waiting several seconds for the updates to happen, sometimes up to 30 seconds. So I can only imagine on older computers. So yeah, Plato, it's normal. Unless you have a killer computer, it's going to be brutal. Now there is an option. DC is a zoo. Yeah, that's true. There is an option to connect if you have an EM1 Mark II or an EM1X to connect your camera and let it do the processing for you. And I did try that the other day, and it was fast, but you can only process things that you can do in camera already. You lose a lot of the additional features like dehaze and clarity and things like that. A lot of those things are gone because they're not in your camera. So you can only process things in Workspace when you're connected that way that you can already do in camera. And again, it takes me back to just get it right in camera to begin with, best you can, right? Let's see. DC's a zoo. I will look. Okay, Jen. Yeah, wow, there's a lot of questions popped up all of a sudden. Uh, are your first impressions very favorable of the EM Mark III, and do you see much difference? Yeah, the EM5 Mark III is basically an EM1 Mark II. So, uh, yeah, I like it as much as I like the EM1 Mark II. I like it more because it's smaller and lighter. And focusing and the image quality and everything, it's no more or less than what the EM1 Mark II is. The main thing about the EM5 Mark III over, say, the EM10s and the pens is the autofocusing in low light. And then, of course, the video autofocusing, which if you do video is a big deal. That's a huge deal with the image stabilization. And I handheld a 6-second shot. In one of my vlogs, you'll see a picture of that. But I handheld for 6 seconds. The image stabilization is so much better on the M5 III than any of the other cameras. Probably similar to the M1 Mark II, but they did something with the M5 Mark III stabilization. I feel like it's even better than the EM5 Mark II or EM1 Mark II. Certainly better than any other of the cameras, EM5s, EM10s. Let's see. I think Olympus should work on bringing something special. Yeah, I mean, Olympus is working on stuff. I hope they come out with a TruePic 9 processor that just kicks butt. I mean, the TruePic 8 is getting a little long in the tooth, and it's like the M1X has really superior autofocus capabilities because it has the dual processor. They need to come out with a TruePic 9 that's as fast as 2 TruePic 8s, and then they'll have some really amazing cameras. I mean, they're amazing now, but I'm just saying they're going to blow everything out of the water. Yeah, manually focusing through the fences, that's true. I could see where that, yeah. Yeah, what I do sometimes, like if I'm trying to shoot through a fence or something, I'll manually focus out to whatever that subject is, and then switch to autofocus, and then autofocus, because the lens doesn't normally hunt back to the very front. But I don't do a lot of that to say with confidence that that is a good workflow. But that's just how I do it. Outdoor landscape photography on a budget. Uh, I think the kit lens is fine, 14 to 42. If you want a little better quality, what you can do is, let's see, what's a good cheap lens now? Um, Honestly, it's hard to beat on a budget the kit lens at 14 millimeters. But the only other lens that I think would make sense is maybe if you find a good 9 to 18 millimeter lens from Olympus. That's also an awesome, awesomely cheap lens. Not, I'm sorry, awesomely sharp lens, but it's not very cheap. It's about $500. So I don't know what your budget is, but that's, outside of the kit lens, there's not a lot of options that are cheap unless you're fine with manually focusing. But then I think the Laowa 12 millimeter f2, the Laowa 7.5 millimeter, those are good lenses too. Oh, Arthur used a focus limiter. I think Arthur has an EM10 Mark II, so I don't think that's an option for him, Robin. That can shoot 8K. Yeah, maybe we'll see that Sony made a 47 MFT. I mean, who else is it for? Nobody else makes micro four thirds, right? So who else is the 47 megapixel sensor for? They're not gonna waste their time and money developing a sensor then not sell it to somebody. But maybe there's some industrial uses for micro four thirds sensors that I'm not aware of. You know how the medical and all those industrial businesses are huge for most companies. Maybe they use those in there, and they're not going to put them in consumer level cameras. But it would be nice to see that. Yeah, Arthur, I don't think the M10 Mark II has a focus limiter. Purchased the WCon wide angle converter after watching your video. Yeah, yeah, I use that thing all the time. The WCon wide angle converter for your kit lens, right? Is this thing. It's like $99, but it gives you an 11 millimeter focal length. So this could be another option, affordable option to get wider landscape shots. It just snaps onto, but you have to have you have to have this kit lens. You have to have the one that zooms in and out manually, not the power zoom lens. And I have a video on it, like I said, but that's how it looks on the camera, and it really gives you a much wider view. And it's great for vlogging too. I use this a lot for vlogging, or I used to, until I got everything else, my Pen PL8. But I did do a vlog using that lens. One of my videos you can watch. Yeah, Workspace is not really a true photo editor, Arthur, as you know by now, right? It really doesn't do much more than our cameras can do already. It's when you go to Lightroom or some third-party software where you can really start to manipulate the raw files, and being able to brush individual images and add gradients. I mean, if you're really into post-processing, there's no substitute for a good photo editor. Olympus Workspace is fine for doing very minor edits to the images, but you're not going to make any dramatic changes to it in a good way. I mean, you can make dramatic changes to any picture, right? But I mean in a good way. Uh, you're not going to be able to recover highlights and shadows like you can with the third-party software. Definitely. Doing gradients is also a big deal with third-party software, and then brushing. So all of those things, and I would recommend Photoshop Elements. Uh, to me, that's the cheapest, best third-party software in my opinion that you can buy off the shelf. Not the Photoshop CC that you pay $10 a month for. That's if you're doing pro work, it makes sense. But for average consumer, Photoshop Elements is fine. Yeah, the stabilization on the EM5 Mark III, I don't know, it's so much better than it was on, granted, most of my vlogs, right, I use my pen PL8 here, which is, man, it's hurting. This only has a 3-axis thing, so yeah, compared to this, it's definitely superior, but I feel like it's better than the EM5 Mark II, or EM1 Mark II. Definitely better than the EM5 Mark II, better than the Pen F. And it feels better than the EM1 Mark II, although I have no way to measure that other than, because they both technically say 5.5 stops, right? Let's see. Yeah, basic edits on Workspace, and it's free. It's fine for straightening out horizons, doing some minor highlight shadow work, adding a little bit of sharpness. Those kind of things it does very well. But beyond that, it's very limited. Oh, thanks. Thanks, just love this game. Appreciate that. Another good landscape lens, believe it or not, is the 9mm body cap lens. I've taken some amazing landscape shots with that, but the stuff has to be far away so you don't get that fisheye effect. The closer you get to something, the more distortion you get from a fisheye, but far out, like mountains and things, that 9mm fisheye is pretty amazing too. But it has to be in good light because it's f8. Hi, Steve. Good afternoon. Lighting for video or microphone, what do you recommend on a budget? Jan, if you're talking about for your EM5 Mark III, I would get a microphone. I don't know if you're here when I was talking about this, but I bought this Harmonic Blink 500 microphone. I would get this for vlogging and video and stuff. If you're going to record audio separately, which is fine for studio work because then it's easy to sync. You just have a few cuts. For vlogging, you gotta. I'd go with microphone. If you're talking about studio work, lighting is more important. So I'm not sure yet. You have to give me a little more information for me to give you a good answer on that, or I should say, not an answer, but an opinion. Yeah, the 9mm, Robin, right? That is an amazing little lens. I busted mine though. There's a little piece of it here. I really should buy insurance, right? Because I think I would have made my money back. I've busted so many things. Like, my pen PL8 still works, but I think insurance would probably replace it. And anyway, sorry, that's just me. I'm so clumsy. Yeah, Jan, I'm sorry. Can you... Oh, here, the rest of the info. Sorry, I'm going to try and answer Jan's question real quick. I don't see... Oh, there it is. In store for Black Friday. I'm sorry, Jen. I just don't see. I don't see your question. If I answered it already, then just let me know. If I haven't answered it, ask me one more time. I I'm lost now. uh the IBIS better in photo mode. It feels better. I mean, I've never handheld 6-second shot in my life, and I was able to do it on the EM5 Mark III. So it feels better, but I haven't used the camera long enough, and there's probably no way I could actually measure it with any precision that it's better than the EM1 Mark II. But it is really, really good. You own the 12 to 42.8. The weather sealing and fast aperture become handy. Not all landscape photographers love the ultra wide feel. True. Yeah. I mean, if you just need a standard 4x3 image in 12 millimeter, because sometimes ultra wide, it looks, it has a different look to it, right? If you go to 9 millimeter or 7 millimeter, unless you get some hardcore distance, not only would you might deal with distortion on super wide angles, but you lose a lot of the fine details that sometimes you like to look at in a landscape, right? You don't want just a silhouette of a mountain or some, with no detail. So zooming in on a landscape can be good too. What's his name does a good job with that. I don't know why I can never remember his name. I just watched a video of his too. Because he bought an XT3. Anyway. Yeah, I did 6 seconds on a 12. No, I did 6 seconds with a 17 millimeter lens, I believe. Now I was leaning up against the wall and playing statue man, but yeah, just for 6 seconds, I had to hold my breath and do every trick in the book that I knew, but I've tried it before and it was never successful. Yeah, sometimes, in night photography, you can stay in the low ISO range. Uh, Man, being on at no higher than 400 though is pretty amazing. Because around here, I'm hitting 1600 to 12,000 all the time when I do my street photography. The training was all right. Let me talk about my strap setup, okay? Because everybody sent me great recommendations. Uh, all right, this is how I strap. That's the normal ring that you have on the camera, and then this is just a paracord that I made. Let me get my face out because it's focusing on me. There. So this is a fisherman's knot, and you can just look on a YouTube channel, but it's adjustable, right? So I adjust it down, and sometimes I put my hand in here. Well, this one's adjusted to my hand. And this is like if you're only doing photography, this makes perfect sense, right? Because you got a wrist strap built in, and then you have a neck strap built in at the same time, like this, and then I'm like this. But my problem is I have to vlog, so I'm turning the camera around, and it's not far enough, so I have to take this off and do like this. And while I'm doing that, I have to flip the screen around like so, and vlog like this while I'm holding it. And when I drop the camera, what I was doing is I had the camera around my neck when I dropped it, I was taking it off of my neck somehow, and then when I went to flip the screen around so I could vlog, that's when I dropped the camera. I just wasn't being careful, right? Basically, is the long story short. But I'm doing this every couple of minutes, taking it off my neck, flipping it around, and then if I have to switch arms, because this arm gets tired, I have to switch around to this arm. And, you know, doing this is... Anyway. But yeah, this is a paracord. And this is just a simple key ring, right, that you can buy. I'll show you that. So I bought the paracord for $5. I got like 100 feet, so I made straps for all of my cameras for $5. And I paid $10 for this set of key rings that have the double hooks, right? So I can just take this on and off real easy from the camera if I need to. And that's what I do. And somebody said this was... The reason I'm telling you guys this, because somebody asked me to show this to them on my next video, what I do for my straps. And so I made 5 straps for, you know, $15 that I can unhook from the camera very easily, you know, like so. So now it's unhooked, and then when I want to hook it back on, I just hook it back on like so. I got to do this so I don't drop my camera right in front of you. But yeah. Anyway, so that's my $15 DIY strap. So whoever was asking me about that, there you go. Very simple, right? Yeah, Mark, the 20 millimeter pancake. God, I want that lens. Oh, I want a pancake lens. So I think I'm going to go 14 to 42 kit lens, the pancake kit lens. I'm really struggling with that decision. The problem is I'll end up buying the 20 millimeter, and then I'll buy the 14 to 42 pancake, and then I'll buy the 14 millimeter pancake, and then I have 3 lenses because I'll get into pancake lens. I'm like, oh, I love this pancake lens, and then I'll get them all. I don't just buy one. So that's part of the reason I don't buy things right away, because next thing I know, I have 3 of them. But yeah, that the Mark III with the 20 millimeter pancake, the focusing and everything's okay, I assume. Yeah, Robin has the same question, right? How is the 20 millimeter pancake focus on the M5 Mark III? Because it's not known to be very fast, especially for video. That's what concerns me. But it's not wide enough for me for video. So I was looking at the Panasonic 14 pancake that's an f2.5. But then I was like, man, if I'm going to be at f2.5, I might as well get the pancake zoom 14 to 42. Because it's only 2/3 of a stop slower, which is fine. SL60. I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, on any of the older Olympuses, not like the TruePic 7 Olympuses, the autofocus is very slow on Panasonic lenses, especially a 20 millimeter pancake. Yeah, most of my viewers are mostly just photographers. Much better photographers than me, as a matter of fact. But yeah, trying these things in video is something I have to do, or most vloggers have to test for. Yeah, I have a bad case of gas. I can't help it. I really can't be spending this kind of money, especially now and during the holidays. Oh, anyway. Um, oh, high pass filter. Yeah, I tried that sometimes, doing a high pass filter with sharpening. It looks great. I mean, God, it looks so good. I was messing around with the high pass filter on some black and white images, and I was getting a sharpness and crispiness to the images that looks so good. Um, but since I've kind of moved away from post processing, I haven't done it in a long time. But uh, I don't understand the technical aspects of what a high pass filter does. I watched a tutorial online somewhere for it, and just applied it, from step by step from what they were doing. But if you guys have Photoshop or some third-party software that can do high-pass filters, watch some tutorials on that and try it. It really gives the images a very different kind of sharpening or crispiness that's hard to duplicate by just moving some sliders. Okay, we're coming up on 2 hours, so there's still a lot of people here. I can stay a little longer, but I just hate making them more than 2 hours because they're hard to watch. And I should do a highlights video on these live streams so people don't have to sift through 2 hours of questions. But yeah, I've been running short on time for the last 2 months. Wildlife photography on lights. Yeah, that's just not my uh it's just not my thing. I just don't have the venue for that. I don't live anywhere that has wild animals except the DC Zoo, and that is dangerous down there. Ugh. Oh, thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. Um, okay, Rick. Yeah. Like I said, watch some tutorials on high pass filtering. It's pretty awesome. Oh, the 12. Well, they're different lenses. 12 to 17 is a pretty dramatic difference in terms of field of view and everything. Uh, if you want to talk about image quality and sharpness, the pro lenses are generally better. I don't know if I could measure the difference, even if anybody could look at a blind test and tell you that this was a pro lens. Uh, but I think the significant difference other than focal length is the weather sealing on the pro lenses. But 17 millimeter at f1.2, the if you're going for depth of field, it's not that much. There's not much that depth of field at 17 millimeters, no matter what you do. Um, Personally, for me, I would get the 12 millimeter f2 because it's just so much smaller and lighter than the 17 f1.2, and something like this versus carrying a beer can around. But if you have a need for it professionally, then yeah, get the pro lens. But ironically, the pro lenses, they're priced and have focal lengths and apertures that only a pro really needs. I think the average enthusiast, the pro line just doesn't make any sense. That's why I only own one pro lens right now, is the 12 to 40. And I got that because I was doing pro work for video where I didn't know where I was going to be standing in a room when I was recording the lecture. So sometimes I would have to move from room to room, and I didn't know where I was going to be positioned. So having a 12 to 40 pro zoom and the faster aperture made sense, and that it was purely a business decision for me to get a pro lens. But for all of my other stuff, I'm Mr. Kit Lens. I like the 14 to 42. I like the 40 to 150. Occasionally I'll buy some of the premiums like the 75 1.8 not because I need it, but because I have terrible gas. Um, this is a lens I have no need for. I love it, and anyway. Uh, but okay. Uh, yes, I did, John. I didn't respond to you about the 14 to 42 easy. You said it only added a little bit to the outside length and it was barely noticeable. So I thought I replied to that. But if not, thanks for letting me know or the update on that. I did read it. Um, oh, thanks. My drive-by videos. I need to do some drive-bys. People have been asking me to do my drive-by photography. Um, when I got this new camera, I spent the whole week just taking pictures and doing photo walks. I did about 3 photo walks that I never published online with it, even though I have a little bit of video footage from it because I had so many issues, with the workflow that, I didn't want to bore you guys to death with me diving into the menu, constantly changing things. Because I was trying things and that didn't work. I was trying something else and that didn't give me the results I wanted. And it's all user error, right? It's because I'm just, somehow the workflow is messing me up sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, for street photo, yeah, I should try and take the 12 millimeter prime out. Uh, it's a little bit wide for just general street photography. I feel like I like to get in a little bit tighter at 17. But there's no reason I can't try 12. Why not? I shoot at 14 millimeter all the time with the kit lens for street. 12 is only just a little bit wider, right? I just have to stand closer. The only thing is, things start to look weird when you have to stand too close. And when you're doing street photography with a really wide angle lens like this, and this is a pet peeve of mine, is I don't like that perspective distortion. I like to be able to stand back and make the lens straight. But with a 12 millimeter lens, I have to get pretty close to the subject. But then when you get close, you start cropping off some of the subject area, and you have to tilt up and down. I know that sounds weird. So that's why the 17 feels like it's such the most perfect focal length for me when I'm doing street photography, because it's not so wide that I need to get too close and then I have to start to tilt up and down, but it's not so tight that I can't get the whole thing in the frame. I don't know if that makes sense, but it needs to be just, it's kind of like the just right lens for street photography. But yeah, I can try 12 millimeter one day. Maybe tonight. I mean, it's raining and snowing, but I got to get out there and just get my body used to the cold weather, because technically it's not even winter yet, and it's already snowing. Oh, hey Brian. Oh, you got the goodies. What did you get? Just a pin? I sent out, some bling that I got when I was at the Olympus. What do they? I can't remember whatever that event was. The launch event. Yeah, the launch event for the M5 Mark III. I got some 100-year pins and I got some things. And I mean, we're talking about like maybe 50 cents or dollars worth of stuff, right? The pin, the tags, and a hat. And I gave those away in a live stream. Man, it cost me like $15 to send out 3 things for 50 cents worth of stuff. So I'm happy to do it, but I was a little shocked when I went to the post office. I was like, "You're gonna charge me $5 to mail this 50-cent pin?" I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." I promised I would send it out, but if I'm gonna give something away, I'm gonna give something more substantial away, so it's worth the postage at least. Like maybe a lens or something. But man, I'm not sending out 50-cent pins anymore. Oh, the lens that I was showing off is the 12 millimeter f2. This is like a generic lens cap for it that's, squared. But yeah, 12 millimeter f2. And yeah, it's really tiny and compact. The other lens I showed was, if you maybe you saw that one, is the 75. And again, I have a giant metal lens hood on it, but this is a great lens too. It's a lens I don't need, but it's a great lens. Okay. Have you ever thought about organizing a meetup? Oh, time to time. You know, I did meet with one of the viewers last week, just because we saw each other at the store when we were picking up our EM5 Mark IIIs, and I said, "Oh, hey, let's go to Sully Field Historic Park or whatever." Um, but yeah, I was thinking about maybe setting up maybe just a photo walk. Maybe start with like a 15 or 20 minute discussion about the settings to use on a particular photo walk, just to get everybody a good head start, and then go on the photo walk itself, right? But I don't know how many people are actually local to me. There's a handful. How many people are local, and then how many can actually make it? Because, God, we're all so busy during the holidays. Um, with the M1 Mark II, using a live time and set the image refresh at 2 seconds, the histogram shows until I start the exposure, and then it's gone from me. Yes, Ken, watch my video on live time, live bulb. No, live composite. Watch my video on live composite, and I talk about how to set it so it stays on longer. It has to do with the ISO you're using and how long you think the exposure is going to be. So there's a little bit of guesswork involved, but I do have a video on that. Well, I think it's the live composite video. Yeah, Camille, thanks. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't. Everybody asks me to, recommends that 16 millimeter Sigma lens, but it's just so big. It's like the size of my 75 to 300. I don't like it. I like small. Um, have I tried the wide angle converter for the kit lens? Yes, Shreyas. I have a video on the wide angle converter. I think it's around episode 100, or it was a while ago. But I did show this off. Like I said, you need to get the regular zoom lens. If you have the easy zoom lens, I don't think this wide adapter will fit it. But it's great. It makes it like an 11 millimeter lens. So I highly recommend this. For $99, this is a great way to upgrade your photography, or expand your photography for $99. This and the 9 millimeter body cap. Those are very affordable options. Let's see. I'll give the 75 millimeter away. Sure. Man, I can't. I mean, the few times I've shot with it, I mean, the images are so beautiful, but it's just a focal length that's really hard to find a subject for. I don't do a lot of portrait work, and I tried some pictures of my dog with it the other day, and it's wonderful, but I just, maybe when I get to 1 million subscribers, I'm going to be giving lots of stuff away. So if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe. You might win a 75 millimeter. But only when I hit 1 million subscribers, okay? I think at 100,000 subscribers, I might do something big. If you're less than 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, you have no FaceTime really. People have to know about you, or look for you, or search something specific to your channel. But at 1 million+ subscribers, like anybody that signs on for anything, I could be looking for a tomato soup recipe, and Tony Northrup's video will pop up, as one of the choices. But under 100,000 subscribers, it's and I'm very grateful for the viewers that I have, and that's all that matters, right? Is ultimately, who are you helping, and are you happy with what you're doing? Can you live with yourself, right? But in terms of YouTube, being able to give things away, my God, if I was like Casey Neistat, I'd be giving all those Canon cameras away that they probably send him for free, right? I saw some video where he had stacks of them, stacks of Canon 60Ds or 70Ds or whatever. My God. Oh, an index of questions. Yeah, maybe. That's not a bad idea. Let me write that down. I'm going to actually implement about 5% of the ideas people give me. And I apologize for that. But once in a while, I'll go through my notes and say, man, that was a good idea. I should do that. Index of questions. From the live streams. I have to be very specific because I'm not going to remember. I'm going to be like, index of questions for what? God, I'll never forget when my dad forgot my birthday. And he got a phone call from my sister. And okay, I'm sorry, I digress. But it's basically, it was like, for what? For what? Oh, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. Every little bit helps. It helps me to buy things that I can use on the channel. Like I bought this keyboard. I got just enough money to buy this keyboard from donations, and now I don't lose audio on my live streams because I was losing audio. But I want to get some other little things that I don't know. Like I said, I got bad gas too, so. Yeah, Mark, the 75 it's a tough lens to work with. It's like one of the lenses you have a very specific purpose to buy. I didn't. I just saw everybody said it was the sharpest lens that they've ever made. I said, well, I got to get that. And then once you get it, you're like, okay, it did one shot. It was beautiful, but now what am I going to do? Oh, hey, Efren, no, I don't own the 60 macro. Like I said, I think David Thorpe did a good job on reviewing that lens, though. If you don't own it yet, you can check that out. I'm sure Robin and Peter have videos, too, that you can check out. But whenever I see videos for that come up, I don't watch them anymore because I'm just not interested in that lens personally. Where am I? I'm in Maryland, near D.C., United States. I've been doing some self-portraits, test out the Sigma 56, and it looks sharp, but I still need to test out the face eye. Yeah. You can do the face eye detection on self-portraits too. You just use the custom shutter, set it up for autofocus. So go to your custom shutter and try that. That's what I do. Whenever you see me do some of my videos, you see me taking pictures of myself. I use the custom focus, custom shutter button with auto refocus or whatever. And then the eye detect and everything works great. Or will work. I don't want to say it works great because you'll find out for yourself, right? Some people's faces, I bet it's harder than others. You'd think it'd be easy on mine because my eyes kind of just stick out, right? But then when I wear sunglasses, it's tough. Let's see. The One Mio subs guys. I don't know who the One Mio subs guys are. But you know, the thing about YouTube is there's so many creators online that whoever you connect with best, watch them. You know? I mean, a lot more people connect to Robin and Peter than they do me, and vice versa. Uh, you know, whoever you connect with and can learn the most from to expand your photography, that's who you should watch. And Jimmy Chang, for example, he has a great following too. Um, I liked him a little bit earlier on than I do now. Now his and that's just me, right? It's just how I connect with people. But he has a great channel too. I just connect with Peter and Robin the most right now. I get them, you know, like Robin smiles all the time, and Peter, I get what he's trying to do. He's really putting his heart out there in Olympus, you know, in photography. He's really trying to teach you something, and I appreciate that, you know. Um, and it comes across, at least to me. Now, some people they may not come across that way, right? But to me, it comes across. He's really putting his heart into it and wants you to learn something, and he's being, you know, very honest and doing his best. Let's see, maybe that Amazon bag could be a good freebie. No, I use the Amazon bag for my real estate actually. Um, this is I still use this, and I got my 8200 and my fisheye lens, right, that I use for my real estate, and my EM1 Mark II fits in here perfectly. And of course my Godox triggers. And then I got the spare batteries over here. So yeah, this bag I use, this is my real estate bag now that I take out with me. And then, man, maybe you've been following my channel a long time, because those are some old videos. And then I use my Swiss gear bag for uh, my heavier duty photo walks where I need to carry 3 cameras. So like when I was doing my Fujifilm comparisons, you know, I can slide my Fujifilm in here. I can slide my, you know, EM10 or EM5 in the other slot here. So I got 2 slots, right? The Fujifilm EM5 or EM10, and then tripod or whatever in here, like the audio gear. This is a great bag for 20 bucks. I don't even know if it's still for sale anymore. But I have a video on this bag you should watch, because I think it gives a lot of good pointers for any bag that you might be shopping for, not just this bag specifically. I made a lot of points about what made this bag a little higher quality than the Amazon bag. And then this is the bag that I use for when I only need. This is what I've been using this week because I got the EM5 Mark III. I only need 1 camera to do it all. So this is one of the very first bags I ever bought. This is a Low Pro Event Messenger 100. I paid 50 bucks for this frickin' bag, you know, back when I started 6 years ago. I don't even know if they still make this. So I've been looking at those mirrorless mover think tank bags. I need something just a hair bigger than this. But anyway, those are my 3 primary bags. Don't let me get started on all the other bags and backpacks I got, because I bought, you know, Nikon gear before. I needed much bigger bags than those 3. And they just store all my lenses, which I need to sell. Oh, wow. Man, you guys are really at it today with the questions. That's awesome. This is going to be like a marathon live stream. Maybe I'll just go all day. uh, Vintage lenses with great bokeh and portrait. Yeah, Ron, you and I are on the same page, right? Man, it's like it's supposed to be the sharpest lens ever, and then you take a couple pictures with it, and then you never use it again. I mean, I'm sure, like I said, if you have a very specific reason for that focal length, it's great. But I just bought it because I had gas. Yeah, thanks, Steve. I'm glad I could help you. The tutorials. Uh, oh, SJ, yeah, don't worry about the IBIS. It's not messing up your shots. If you're missing focus for some reason, it's most likely user error of some kind. So, Robin and Peter, they both have. I know Robin's a little bit more recent. Has a video on autofocus and how to get sharp photos. So check that out. I don't have anything. I don't have any videos on how to get sharp focus, believe it or not. Because the autofocus on the cameras are so good. I haven't run into trouble that I can go and say if you're having trouble. But yeah, Robin Wong has a good video on it. But if your shots are out of focus with IBIS on, uh, first thing I would ask you is, are you using adapted lenses? Then maybe you have the focal length set wrong. If you're using the native micro four third lenses, with the electrical contacts and everything, there may be something wrong with your camera, though I doubt it. But if there are some doubts about the IBIS messing up the pictures, you might want to get it checked at the camera store or do something that you can consistently reproduce the problem and say, every time I do this, the pictures are blurry. I have IBIS on, I have single point auto, whatever. Be very conscious to try to diagnose the problem and eliminate as much as you can. So I didn't mean to just blow it off and say it's user error. You need to be able to consistently reproduce the problem to rule out that the camera is the problem. But maybe, like I said, maybe try some techniques first and rule out user error first. Yeah, I think the 12 to 35 is an awesome little lens. I like it because it's smaller than the Olympus version. And for photography, it's probably on everything. But like I said, just be careful of specific features that might not work with that lens that are in our cameras, like focus stacking, high-res shot mode, dual image stabilization, things like that. There's a lot of things that you'll only get when you buy Olympus lenses on Olympus bodies. Gosh, I'm going backwards. I took delivery of the TT350 based on some of your... Oh, good, Dan. Yeah, it's a great little flash. I use it all the time. It's really good. This is the TT350. I've been using it all week, like for my family Thanksgiving photos, and I had dinner at my cousin's house yesterday, and I used this flash. It's a great little compact flash. Now let me give you one little tip that I did not give in my video on this flash. Is when you put it in your bag, take out one of the batteries, or both if you want, but take out one of the batteries while it's in your bag, because this power button just turns itself on sometimes. If you just bump your bag, and then by the time you get to wherever you're going, you'll have dead batteries. So That's what I do now is I take these batteries out when I put them in my bag. Oh, thank you, Arthur. Did you try old lenses with adapter and focus peaking? I do have a video on that. It's an older video though. Like I'm coming up on 3 years, I think, as of this week exactly. I'll have to look at the calendar when my first video was published. So it's an older video, but it's really old, from 2017, I think. But things haven't really changed that much. But like I said, I do need to update my content. But like yesterday, I was out shooting with my Nikon 200mm f4. This is the micro four thirds adapter with the. This will work with G lenses, so I can control the f-stop. And if you see my Instagram, I put a couple of shots I took with this yesterday of my dog. But yeah, I set up focus peaking and magnification. And then, you just have to be really careful. Because some vintage lenses, the focus throw, well, most of them are fine because they were designed to be manually focused. But on this lens here, I had a little trouble. Yeah, anyway. Sometimes it's hard to get the focus right, even with all that assistance from the camera, because the focus ring itself, it's sloppy. I don't know how to explain it. So some vintage lenses are better than others. Oh, that question was for Robin, not for me. But that's my answer, if he didn't answer. Oh, he did answer. He said, I'm not a fan of older lenses. Yeah. Like I said, autofocusing is fun time to time with the vintage lenses. But for day-to-day street photography, it gets old. I do it once in a while. I'd rather, if I'm going to shoot manual focus, honestly, I'll take I'll take my OM1 out and shoot with this, or my OM2. Then I feel like the manual focus and using film and all of that is, but that's just a personal choice. But I do time to time use them on my digital cameras. Oh yeah, Robin, when you had a pretty good vlog there for a long time. I went to that vlog a few times when I got my Olympus cameras for the first time, because you had a cheat sheet or something. God, it was so long ago. I mean, I know it was only like 3 years ago, but it feels like history now. But then when I saw you coming onto YouTube, I was like, oh wow. Because I remember you had a lot of pictures that you posted and comparisons. But yeah, I really enjoyed your blog when I was getting started in Olympus. It is difficult. Let's see. I see Brian. I love this. You guys are all hanging out. I can just sit here and watch, Robin, you should do some live streams, man. Maybe you have and I missed it, but you should do some live streams. You got a lot of my viewers here watch you too. I mean, obviously so, right? A Riva case, yeah. Oh, the great Vanzini. Oh my God, you are so late. And this is turning into a marathon freaking live stream. It's 2.5 hours in now. But people are hanging out. Oh, thanks, Steve. So you watched the live comp tutorial. Was that you that was asking me about it earlier? Did you go and watch it and then come back to the live stream? Um, Shutter Therapy. I think that's Red 35's Instagram channel, isn't it? I haven't I haven't looked at those in a long time. I just remember Jimmy and Robin and Peter, they all are much better photographers than me. So their Instagrams are, yeah, they're a lot better. I mean, I get lucky and get a good picture once in a while, but yeah, I'm not a fan of my own photography, to be honest. 50-year-old Yashika Matt 124. Wow, is that a 4x5 camera? Go for the Guinness Book of World Record, 8-hour live stream. I can go to bed when I'm done. Oh God, man, that last live stream that I did at 9 o'clock at night, it didn't end till like 11:30. That messed me up the whole week. I'm gonna show you something. Nah, I don't want to bore you with this, but I use this watch now to monitor my sleep. This is this is all I got last night. 5 hours and 23 minutes. I was like, oh crap, I got to get up and do a live stream. And that's not even a real 5 hours. I was up most of that. Um, Medium format. Okay, so it's a 120 film, Mark. You'll be shooting with 120 film. I've been looking at some medium format stuff. I can't decide. Should I just go all in on a Mamiya? I'm sorry, not yeah. There's like a Mamiya C330, and then there's for like $300, right? That I can get and will do amazing. And then there's the uh, whatchamacallit, the Hasselblad, right? The 503 CM or CW. God, man, $1,600 for that with lens, to be set up, and it's they're both gorgeous cameras. Just one is $1,600 for something I might just like scratch that itch and never use again. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Robin. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. Like I said, I don't try that hard. Most of the photos I do are just on photo walks and really just to demonstrate what can be done in camera. Um, like I was showing off the EM5 Mark III. Oh, Robin Wong is Shutter Therapy. I don't know. I forget. I review your photos. Oh yeah, Mark, 120 film. Yeah, I always wanted to go out with some Portra 400 or some Velvia, right? And shoot. Because you know who inspired me was freaking Nick Carver to go out and shoot medium format film. But he does those really wide 16 by 7 format, right? If you haven't seen Nick Carver channel, you should check him out, man. He's really amazing with film. So I like the blue background used now in your instruction videos. It looks great. Yeah, well, that's your typical, thanks. That's your typical cinematic colors, right? You have like this teal face, that's me. And then, I'm sorry the camera keeps going out of focus. Like I talked about it earlier, I got this freaking smudge on the lens. But, teal and orange or whatever, complementary colors. Yeah, Shikamat is a good way to start. No interchangeable lenses to have gas. I know, right? Just just buy something with a fixed lens so I don't have to worry about lenses. But you know, with medium format, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I was looking at a Bronica, I forget the model, but one of the Bronicas that, you know, the lenses are relatively cheap anyway. The whole system, I think for 600 bucks I can get a couple lenses and a Bronica 120 with a 120 back and a Polaroid back. They had one locally at the camera store. I almost pulled the trigger on it. And then it was sold before I could make up my mind. Yashica matte is a good way, but the Yashica matte, I have to look at that. I don't know what that is exactly. I think they have a used Yashica at the local camera store. But what I liked about the Mamiya is people said that thing doesn't break, right? But then the other ones, the other TLR, I forget the brand. You know, it has more moving parts, and once they break, it's you know, anyway. And the Hasselblads, they say never break. The Mamiya C330, they say never break. God, you know, people ask me to do photo reviews and to review your photos. I can do that. Like I said, I'm really the last person to critique anyone's photos, but if you want to know my thoughts on it, I'll be happy to share them with you. So what I have to do is go over and look at Tony and Chelsea's, like, because they do that every week, right? They review people's photos, how they do it, and try to set up something similar. You know, I have to practice a little bit, but I'll do that one day, where you guys send pictures in, and then I can review them. For now, you can just send them on my website, to my email. Oh, Peter's here. Awesome. Hey, Peter, how are you? Man, this is yeah, I said Peter was too serious compared to Robin because Robin is always smiling, you know. Peter and we don't smile as much in our videos. And that's I think that's the key difference with Robin's channel and his charisma and his magic is that he smiles so much. And it's something both Peter and I need to get better at, just in my opinion, is we need to smile more. And what amazes me about Peter's channel is you know, English is not your native language, right? And you still get out there and you crank out, you know, that and educate in English, which is not an easy thing to do, you know. So I'm always impressed by your channel and the content that you put out, especially that English isn't your native language. And maybe that's why you're not smiling as much, because you're dealing with like translating in your head from Finland language, whatever that is, to English. So that process just loads you down, maybe. I don't know. But, and I shouldn't say that because I don't think English is Robin's first language either. But I don't know. I think Robin's a little bit more fluent. The cranks on the C30s. Oh, really? Doing well, Peter. Doing well. Wow, you're joining late. This is turning into a freaking marathon live stream. I didn't, my coffee's cold and everything now. Been here almost 3 hours now. You know, let me tell you when the live stream's going to end. When you see the word battery depleted on the screen, because I'm using the I'm using the EM1 Mark II for this live stream on a battery. And we are now 2 hours and 42 minutes into the live stream. And this battery is still cranking. I wish I could show you. Let me see. Yeah, the battery is is flickering red. So we're almost out of time anyway. Arthur, you have a Hasselblad, huh? Man, I'm so jealous. That Hasselblad is such a nice camera. Let me get my green screen out of the thing here. God. Your third language. Wow. Peter's got 3 languages under his belt. That's amazing. Like I said, I can see where if I had to speak in a different language, and I'd probably never get out of the house if I had to learn another language. We need Emily and Popsis to come in. I love Emily. She's another one that smiles a lot, and she's so cute in her videos. Oh, man. And then I found out she was married, and then I stopped watching. I don't know. And James Popsis, yeah, he's a character. He always makes me laugh. Like I said, his channel is more entertaining, more so than I think educational now. But he definitely shares more like wisdom type things on photography than talk about gear at all. But that's fine. Like I said, everybody connects with everybody differently. Finnish language, yes. Sorry, God, the delay on my questions. And yeah, the Malaysian food, man. If I ate if I could eat like in Malaysia every day, but not be in Malaysia, I'd probably smile a lot more too. Just picked up an EM1. Been shooting 43. Oh, thanks, Rick. Yeah. The old E5, E1. I think that's even older than E500s, isn't it? Man. They sell that adapter. I assume you got that too, so you can adapt your old 43 lenses. Yeah, we're coming up on 3 hours, Peter. I don't know why. I don't know. Just time flies when I'm hanging out with you guys. And a lot of you guys are just hanging out with each other. I don't even know if you're even paying attention to me. A lot of you guys are talking amongst yourselves. But yeah, we're going to see a battery depleted here probably within 15-20 minutes because I can get about 3 hours out of this battery on the EM1 Mark II. So I'm kind of halfway curious to see how long we go before that battery dies. So maybe that'll be my gimmick, right? We live stream until the battery dies. I'm fluent in English, Gordic, Canadian. Canadian has a different language other than English. I know there's some French-speaking Canadians. Is that right, Ken? I don't know. I'm so isolated. I'm like a xenophobe. I don't like to travel at all. Oh, thanks, Peter. Yeah, I like doing the photo walks. That's the best part for me, is doing the photo walks. I mean, I like doing the tutorials too because it helps people, and I want them to get out there and do photo walks. Only 5 million people speak Finnish. That's not a lot, actually, relative to the planet, right? So, you and SulatonBlog, right? That's your buddy, I think. Yeah, he has a good channel too. He's another one that just cranks out. If I think about it, he doesn't smile a lot either in his videos because I think he's translating from Finnish to English, and that just kind of takes away kind of the how do you respond to the specific comment here and get E6 vlogs? Oh yeah, I watch E6 all the time. He just did one when he was doing long exposure, right? Yeah, he's a good guy. He doesn't crank out too many videos. Uh-oh. Battery. I will I will swap batteries. That's something I can do actually. But let's see, that went almost a solid 3 hours on one battery. I assume you guys can still hear me. Let's see if I can make this come back. That's my webcam. Yeah, see? Voila. Line up my green screen. There. Let's see. I promised to end the stream when the battery died, but I lied. Yeah, thanks, Peter. I'm going to try and do that more where I talk about my thought process a little bit. I mean, my thought process is really simple though, right? Just get my corners and my lines straight. But that's the professional talking in me. Sometimes I think about the color, right? Like I change the white balance on one of the shots, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'll try and do that more though, because a lot of people, they're just starting out, right? And all they can do is just take a picture of what they see. But they want to be more creative, so I can add a little bit to that to some extent. But yeah, actually, Robin and Peter should do more photo walks, right? What do you guys think? I mean, they do the tutorials and they talk about the gears, but I think Peter's done a couple of photo walks, but and Robin did some videos. I love that video where you had the little miniature Robin, the Lego Robin, and you did videos with Robin in the city. That was a lot of fun. Another 3 hours. I don't think I can do it. I gotta eat. A 6-hour live stream. Man, that would be crazy. Do you think I could do it? How many people are here? My screen says there's 78 people here. That's a lot, but I haven't refreshed this screen. So I don't know if that's really that many people or not. Uh, 3 hours and no overheating. Yeah, I don't know. I've never shot or did anything for 3 hours with any other camera. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll try. I'll try and do more walk and talks. The photo walk and talks. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. Um, the 8-hour world record is in... Are you serious, Roman? Or is the live stream only 8 hours? Is that the record? Because I could beat that today easy. Standing on my head. Maybe nobody left by 8 hours, but I could still be here. Heck, I've wasted more time binge watching stuff, and that didn't help anybody. Ah, you're gonna get Maddie Solanto to come in? Oh my God. Maddie's a good guy. He just broke 10,000 subscribers too, so I sent him a little congrats. So Sunday's a good day. I think it's like 1 a.m. in some places though. Some people they're sleeping right now, obviously. Somewhere somebody's sleeping. 24-hour for charity. That's awesome. Yeah, but he didn't look so good at the end. Send me a link to that. I gotta see that. 24 hours for charity. Maybe I'll send a few bucks. If somebody can sit there for 24 hours, his charity deserves a couple bucks. From me, anyway. 81 viewing. Wow. Oh, SulatonBlog is here. Hey, how you doing? I don't see your nickname here. Oh, there you are. Hey. Man, we got the whole Micro Four Thirds group here. Like you said, we still need Emily and James to come in. It's 1 a.m. in Malaysia now. Yeah. I remember, man, Malaysia, that was a long flight. God. I was a blubbering idiot, too, on that plane. I was watching a movie on the plane with headphones on, and it was really sad. And I was crying, but I didn't know how loud I was until I took my headphones off, and everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy. Oh, 17. Wow, military time, huh, Jan? Okay, so minus 12, that would be 5:23. Canary Islands, man, that sounds awesome. €7,000. Wow. Wow, that's awesome. I should do that, but I don't have enough following to make a difference. Like if I donate $10, it'll probably be all they get. But time to time I give to charity, but then the problem is the only downside to giving to charity, at least here in the US, is then you start getting phone calls every single day, 10 times a day, from people wanting money from you. Because I'll give to the fire department, the police department and stuff. And then I start getting calls from like breast cancers, everything else. Oh my God, your name gets out there that you like to give money. And then my phone is constantly off the hook. So that's a little bit of a deterrent for me now to donate, to charity. Because then, God, you get on a hit list of charities. Oh, Wooden, you're in Florida? Oh my God, I'm so jealous. I love Florida. Okay, so you move from a GH5 to a G9. Love it. I'm doing more photography. Don't need the advanced features, especially with the new G. Yeah, I know, right? But that's the good thing about, Panasonic is they made a dedicated, very good GH5 for video, and then they came out with a G9. And like I've said this before, the G9 is basically catching up to what Olympus did a year later. Because I think the M1 Mark II came out in 2016 or late, and then the 2017 was the G9, and it does everything the M1 Mark II does almost, plus a tiny bit, right? But I still prefer the M1 Mark II for the size and weight. We should have lived in a world where charity didn't have to exist. Oh, that's deep. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot bowl. That's too deep for me. 1 degree Celsius. I don't think it's that cold here. Oh, maybe. It's 37 degrees Fahrenheit. Whatever that is in Celsius, that can't be more than 1 or 2 degrees. The G9 is superior in video. Could be, yeah. I mean, Panasonic has always been really good at video. Olympus still has a little catching up to do for hardcore video people, right? I mean, I don't know what it is with Jordan over there because he's the only video guy that I would trust to review video. Jordan over there, he's on DP Review now. he's always saying, oh, the images are a little bit soft compared to like the Panasonic. And then he'll show that side by side screen, right? And I'm looking at it, I'm like, that little bit of tiny difference is bothering you, and you'll never use an Olympus because of that, my God, I actually on my Pen PL8, when I put this 12 millimeter lens on it, I have to turn the sharpening down a little bit because it's so freaking sharp on my face. You can see every freaking pore when I'm vlogging because I'm this close, right? But let me get my microphone out of the camera. I think that's why I'm struggling to focus, other than the greasy smudge I have on the front of the lens. I should have cleaned it when I was changing the battery. I think my hands are dry enough now. Anyway, my question is, your Olympus for beginners, all I need in terms of getting started with photography. Is also happened to stumble upon this live video while searching for the second part. Oh, hey, Naka, yeah. It's definitely a good start. I wouldn't say it's all you need, but it's definitely a good start for beginning photographers. Because, I start so simple, right? And it's really intended for people that really don't know anything about a camera, or very little. How to format a memory card, how to reset the camera. And then I start talking about some of the easier concepts like exposure compensation and how the autofocusing system works. And I give examples. So it's a very long and very slow-paced tutorial that if you're just starting out, I think it's a great series. If you're moderately advanced or have owned cameras before, I would put YouTube on 2x speed and watch it at twice the speed, and then only slow down on the parts that maybe you didn't know about. But yeah, it's that if specific to Olympus cameras, like the shutter modes and the autofocusing and the there's some other things I can't remember now, but specific things to Olympus cameras, you can slow down if you're already familiar with cameras. But if you don't know anything about cameras, I would watch it, all 7 parts. But yeah, I'm glad you caught me on a live stream. I was going to end this, an hour ago, but God, there's still so many people here, so why not? Of course, I'm gonna get hungry here soon, though. I didn't eat breakfast before I started. On the rumor channel. What's my opinion? If you're asking me about Tony's channel in general, all I can say is, people connect with people differently. He has a lot more followers that connect with him than, all Micro Four Thirds channels combined, I think. I mean, the more information that goes out there, the better, in my opinion, anything photography related. So I learned a lot from Tony when I was starting out. So a lot of his earlier videos from 3-4 years ago are excellent tutorials. More recently, though, I'd say I've had to unlearn a few things. Like, he put out a video about his JPEG video I thought was interesting, about killing JPEGs off and using whatever this new format is. And we'll get there eventually, but, a 10-bit file, everything online that you see on Instagram or Flickr, or everything is 8-bit. Every monitor, every cell phone, is 8-bit. So having a 10-bit file is not going to make any difference. And what are the fees associated with using this other file format? Because there is, and he addressed that, the licensing cost. And he should know, because he draws a lot on from his own corporate experience when he used to work for corporations and things, when he gives his opinion out on such things, right? And he should know that corporations are penny pinchers. They will not put in whatever this other file format, even if it only costs 10 cents more per camera, because the accountants and the penny pinchers in corporate America, I don't know how it is in other countries, but man, if they can save 10 cents per unit on 100,000 units, they'll do it. They don't care. They don't care about the photographer. They look at everything as just a product that either makes money or doesn't make money. And that's why when all these freaking Olympus rumors were flying around, the only people that know if Olympus is sticking it out is Olympus, the CEO, right, and the board of directors. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many lenses they have announced or how many cameras they're announcing and what all of the talking heads say about Olympus is staying in business or not. If the board of directors and the CEO want to shut down the camera division, they will do it no matter what's on the table. Like I said, it doesn't matter. It's the only example I can think of is like when Nikon had those 3 cameras that they put a ton of development marketing into, and then last second they said, we're not going to release it. It's not going to make any money. Forget it. I don't care how much money we spent developing and advertising for this product. I forget what the name of those cameras were, but they had 1-inch sensors in them. So corporations, yeah, they will drop you. They will drop something like that the second they decide to, and nobody knows from anyone directly under the board of directors. They'll say everything is peachy keen and fine, and pink slip the next day. Trust me, I've seen it in corporate America, and from personal experience, I've been pink slipped. They call it a RIF, a reduction in force. And then the very next day, they'll rehire you just because the quarter's over. And then the next quarter, they rehire you because they actually need you. But for the books to look good to their investors, they will fire you, right before the quarter ends, then rehire you the second quarter, and then fire you again just to make the numbers look good. It's just crazy, corporate America. And anyway, so I went on a little rant there about corporate America because I have it's a sore spot in my life dealing with corporations. But we were talking about Tony, right? Yeah, his channel's okay. I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about any channel. If you can connect with him and what he says to you makes sense, it's okay. Like I said, I've had to unlearn a few things. I disagree with him on the JPEG thing in the sense that it would be nice to have a better format, but to what end? Our image is going to look better. His video today was about using full frame lenses on crop sensor bodies and vice versa. And through his testing and experience and the references that he did to DxO Mark, that it doesn't make sense to use a full frame lens on a crop sensor body. I think from a very observational point of view, that is true. And he made the statement that lenses, as their quality improves, if the quality is impeccable, the differences between using that lens on different size sensors are going to be less visible. But he didn't really explain why. Why is that? And that's mainly because the pixel pitch on a micro four thirds sensor or smaller sensor is so small and so fine that it's going to pick up more of the defects of the lens design. It's going to see more of that. Versus a full frame sensor at 24 megapixels in one of his examples versus an APS-C sensor at 24 megapixels. The 24 megapixel sensor in the full frame is not going to show as many of the defects of the lens as the APS-C sensor. So I would argue that the smaller sensors are actually more detailed and will pick up more things than a full frame sensor because of that fine pixel pitch, but it also picks up all of the defects in the lens itself. And David Thorpe also did a video, I think it was actually the 60 millimeter macro video, where he talked about, I never noticed this these things in the image, whether it was purple fringing or something, using this lens on this camera, etc. But anyway, um, but the reason I watch Tony and Chelsea is I like Chelsea. I mean, long story short, that's really the only reason I watch is to watch Chelsea. She's easy to look at, for me anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions in Tony's thing, but I address that. I think he's drawing on his experience in corporate America, just like I would when I had a couple of videos about the M5 Mark III. And everything I'm saying today about corporate America is just drawing on my experience, but it doesn't mean anything. We're just all photographers in the end, right? What difference does it make what camera companies do? Um, what's your take on rumors about Olympus selling off? Okay, yeah, I addressed that. Even though I didn't see this question, I did address that. The rumors are rumors. That's all they are. And nobody knows except the board of directors what's going to happen. I mean, all indications are great, lens roadmap, camera bodies, but if a corporation decides they don't want to do it anymore, they will. They don't care about history, but that's corporate America. I don't know about Japanese corporate culture, but in the USA, man, if they don't want to do something, they'll just stop. They don't care. History and everything aside, they don't care. A lot of companies in the US are gone and will never come back because they weren't making money, and they don't care. We have no history, no appreciation for history or nostalgia here in the US. I mean, they will tear down a 200, 300-year-old building without blinking an eye to put up a condominium. Um, it's just how it is. Just maybe I'm just getting old and cranky, but I don't like it. Okay, Panasonic. Yes. Yeah, we're all out for views. I mean, you can't really single Tony out for wanting to get views. Frono's photo. I mean, ultimately, that's the only collateral we have as content creators. Uh, is how many views do we get? Subscribers. For me personally, is secondary. How many subscribers I get. Uh, but I like to get some views and share my message with everyone. And the only way I can do that is if I get people to watch, right, with views. um, Whether or not you subscribe, it doesn't matter. You can still watch. Like, I don't technically subscribe, I think, to Tony and Chelsea, but man, their videos come up on my YouTube page anyway. So what's the point of subscribing? You know. Um, yes, I agree with Mark or Kent. Mark is that if Olympus drops out, the camera business, so be it. Yeah, like I said, if Olympus stops making cameras, I'll just buy something else in 3 or 4 years. It's okay. I mean, I'll be very sad, but it's okay. Yeah, growing up or outgrown Tony, right? Um, like I said, Tony has a very different audience. It it's not. It's just different. Nothing wrong with that. I like Chelsea though. I like it when they do the photo reviews. I like their. I just like seeing Tony just destroy their images by pumping up contrast and cropping out stuff. It just cracks me up. Um, and then flipping them to black and white. He kills me sometimes with those edits. Uh, You know, Roman, you say that. Who needs 24 megapixels? And then you'll be fine with a 10 megapixel ISO 100,000. I think that's basically what the GH5S and the Sony A7S, the original one, 12 megapixel full frame. Um, you can do that, you know, and I don't know. I don't know how the GH5S is with photography because it's basically a 10 or 12 megapixel camera with high ISO. Um, but then there's the A7S, a 12 megapixel full frame. So it's out there. The PL12 to 60 is huge jump over. Yeah, 4 megapixel. I just got my, one of my viewers is local to me. I think this is a 6 megapixel camera. But I'd never had a lens for this. I just had the body. Well, I sold the lens, so I had to buy it back. Uh, I just got the kit. I want to take this out on a photo walk and just compare it side by side with, you know, our Micro Four Thirds. This is a Pentax K10. I mean, the JPEGs are 10 megapixels, but I think the raw files are 6 megapixels. I'm not sure. But man, this thing feels like a frickin' brick now after dealing with Olympus for a while. Um, and I think it's a CCD sensor too. I'll have to look up the specs on it. Shooting CCD is a kind of a different look to it also. Jamie Windsor, yeah, he has a good channel. He's a storyteller, isn't he? He has a background in videography. Um, he's a lot of fun to watch. I mean, I like it watching his stuff time to time. He does a really good job researching uh, whatever story it is he's trying to tell. I'm trying to remember. He, like I said, he doesn't put them out too often though. But he's a good channel. Yeah, who cares about megapixels? Yeah, I mean Olympus makes great lenses, but let me tell you about I think and Peter Forsgard said it best in one of his videos, right? Your mind is the true lens of the camera. I think that's what he said. That I always think about that when I go out. No matter what lens I have, if I have trouble picking a lens, you know, because I can't decide which one to bring, I always think about what Peter said. You know, your mind is the true lens of your camera, and that's always been inspiring to me. And that was from a video a long time ago. He was talking about lenses. Um, yeah, the pixel pitch jump on full frame. Yeah, I think somebody said it was 80 megapixels. Um, yeah, if you had an 80 megapixel full frame sensor, for example, they might have it now. I don't know. But the lenses on a crops, you know, that analysis Tony did, I'm sure would pop up again where, you know, you start seeing the defects of the lens because you have such a fine detail in the sensor that it's picking up all the defects in the lens. Um, if you have an 80, 100 megapixel image. So, you know, I think the way he drew those conclusions may have been a little misleading, although he didn't say it specifically that way. A lot of people might imply that's what he meant from the way he presented that video. But again, you know, it depends on how people connect, you know, because ultimately in the end, if full frame lenses are looking bad on a crop sensor camera, that's the final message, right? And that's all that really matters. How he comes to that conclusion is can be up for debate, though. Um, Yeah, it's rare you hear about a business. It's usually pretty fast, unless they go into bankruptcy first, where they're just, they're on the way out, and everybody knows it. But it's companies like big ones like Olympus and Nikon. Well, not Nikon, but like Olympus, where they have several divisions, and one division is losing money. They can just like that, and nobody would know it until the day it happens. Regardless of what's on the table. Like I said, I see that in corporate America a lot. I don't know about Olympus because it's a Japanese corporation, or corporations all over the world. They may not have that mentality. It looks like Olympus is playing the long game, and they're not worried about these little short-term things. And all of the losses they experienced were planned. There wasn't like an unexpected loss. They were planning for losses in the camera division, and I think they've met their expectations in terms of losses. But in long term, can they maintain that? Their goal, because they said long term, their goal is to start earning whatever that number was, 20%. If they don't sustain that number, say it's 20% profitability, they may decide, yeah, that's enough, because we didn't hit our goals. But I don't know. Like I said, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I love my Pen F2, man, Kent. It's a great. Yeah, the K10, it is a tank, but Pentax makes really amazing cameras back when DSLRs were still a thing. Uh, it's fully weather sealed. It has image stabilization. Um, in-body image stabilization. Viewfinder's not bad. I mean, and nice little top plate else. It's I don't know. I was just feeling nostalgic, so I bought this. It's anyway. Yeah, the Pentax is a tank though. I tried to put it in my little Amazon bag and it didn't fit. I'd have to take out some of the dividers to make it fit. Oh, okay. Thanks, Peter. It's you. So you're quoting Yusuf. Wow. That's another thing I don't do enough of is like really look at other photographers' work to learn something. I mean, I bought an Ansel Adams book a few years ago. I cracked the spine once, and then I never opened it again. Um, I had a hard time deciding between the Mark III and the Pen F. We'll get the Pen F and stick to a prime lens on. Okay. Hi, Jose. Oh, what motivates me the most? Wow. Uh, it's man, nobody's ever asked me that. What motivates me to go out and take pictures? I just like it. I go out and it's just being able to really capture things that may not be there later. And I like to be able to get a picture of something that I think is beautiful or historic in a way or document like present day life, like when I do my photo walks in Alexandria, and just being able to capture that and keep it like, oh, shoot. But I do a lot of printing too, and I'm very nostalgic that way. So like when I went out on my photo walk to Huntley Meadows Park and I take a picture, like one of the first pictures I took was of like the tree line reflecting in the water. But if I look at a picture from say 4 or 5 years ago of that same tree line, it's very different today, even though that is a protected park. And the reason it's very different is because of the beavers that are in the park. They're constantly eating trees and cutting them down. You know, so I just love being able to capture a moment in time, and then see how that changes maybe later, and just say, on this day at this time, this is what was here. Because it may not be here later. And that's kind of what I'd say motivates me is just being able to capture things at a moment in time. And I try to do as good a job as I can to make it artistic and aesthetically pleasing. But sometimes I just take snapshots and say this was here, and that's good enough. And that's what I enjoy about photography is you're capturing moments in time. How I can get a hot shoe for the EM1? I'm not sure. And I need to go to a thrift store. Maybe I'll do a drive-by photography episode. But I need to go back to one of the thrift stores I went to because they had a whole box of vintage photos, from the late 1920s and 1930s that I want to buy. I should have bought it when I was there. Uh, and then maybe go back to those same places because I think those pictures are local to Maryland. Um, and see what they look like today. I just love that stuff. Does anyone think getting a better camera can make you immediately a better photographer? Yeah, honestly, Roman, I don't think anybody is that a rhetorical question? No, I don't think anybody believes that getting a better camera makes you a better photographer. Um, but yeah, the Pen F definitely gives you a lot more options. Like, it doesn't make you a better photographer, but it makes a good photographer be more creative or expand their photography. I mean, there's no such thing really as good or bad. It's more about expanding, right, and doing more. Doing more doesn't mean doing better. It just means you're doing more, right? Lee Friedlander. Okay, I'll write that down. Lee Friedlander. I really need to look at other work just to get some inspiration sometimes, or just enjoy it, right? I don't need to be inspired by other photography. I can just enjoy it too. Uh, and that's the thing is why do we have to always try to look for inspiration? Inspiration is really only going to come from yourself. Um, and sometimes a few good, kind words helps a lot too, but ultimately you have to do things for yourself. And when I look at other people's photography, it's more about just me enjoying their photography and the work that they produced. Not always so much for inspiration. Not that that was your question, but I don't know, that's what came to my head. In your ute, you remind me of that movie, right? Um, Vinny. Uh, just tuned in now that the family have set off home. I enjoy your photo walks and lovely results you get. I wondered if you do anything with your photos, such as selling or exhibit. No, I don't do anything, Mary, with my stuff. They're not that good, honestly, to put on exhibit. There's so many good photographers around here. Oh my God. Like I ran into a guy yesterday or day before when I was at Huntley Meadows, and he's in photo clubs and stuff, and he does amazing photography. And I showed him a few of my shots, and he was very kind to say they're nice, but no, I don't do anything with my photos. I just like to share them with you guys and share my thought process about how I created the image in camera. Because like I said, it's important to get as much as you can in camera correct as possible and minimize the post processing. Uh, because post processing is just, man, if you're only using workspace, it's brutal. Yeah, that's a good analogy, Roman. The 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 camera's like an instrument, right? A guitar. Oh, that was by mistake when you spelt youth. You meant to say youth. Still reminds me of My Cousin Vinny, one of the best movies ever. For me, other photographer work inspires me. Always get something from others to add. Yeah, that's true. It's true. I mean, there's you can't help but learn something when you look at another photographer's work. Uh, but for me, I really just try to enjoy them. Maybe it's because I feel like I'll never be that good, you know? And there's no point in me trying to learn how they did a shot. I don't know why. But when I look at other people's photography's work, I just try to enjoy them. And I do a little analysis about what made that picture work. But ultimately, it's beyond me how they got these epic images, you know, to really grab your attention and where you can just stare at that picture for hours potentially, right? And just say, man, what an amazing picture. Um, yeah, it's true. It's true. It's all about the person holding the camera. Um, that's why I said I would be almost perfectly content with the TG5 for photography, but because I vlog, the thing doesn't autofocus well for video. It's horrendous, actually. If you ever seen a few of my videos where it goes in and out of focus constantly, it's because I was probably using the TG5 that day. Yeah, Luminar 4 looks okay. I didn't care for the Luminar a whole lot. I haven't used it that much. And I mean, for editing individual photos, it seems fine, but I have never been a. I haven't really used it with any to any extent. And they sent me a copy, a licensed copy for free to review, and I just said I can't do it because I didn't like it when I used it, and that's because I just didn't want to take the time to well, I don't want to say that. I really wanted to try and get to learn to use that software, but the database management aspect of it, like managing your photos, was never up to par. And that's a critical piece, in my opinion, other than just editing your photos. You need to be able to organize them. Oh, you're welcome. I don't remember which picture I liked on your Instagram, Desmond, but because, time to time I'll go on Instagram and just scroll through people's stuff and click like for the ones I like. Um, like I said, when I go to Instagram or I go on Facebook and look at people's photos, I'm like, my God, they're such good photographers. Hi, Tone. Yeah, the EM10 Mark II is an awesome camera. Nothing wrong with it at all. What allows goes on when you encounter. I'm not sure what you were trying to ask there. But like I said, for me, I just try to enjoy the other person's photography. Because inspiration in of itself has to come from within, really. And it is inspiring to see someone else's work. Like I saw what I thought was really interesting. Okay, I'll tell you one photography that inspired me recently is this guy was just taking pictures through a car window, and he would drive around everywhere and only took pictures through the car window, and it was always foggy, or not the outside, but the windows were always dirty or they had rain on them. But then it gave a very surreal look to the landscapes that he took through the car window. And you know me, I'm a drive-by photography guy, so I'm like, oh, what a perfect like winter vlog that would be, is to do all your photos through a car window. So yeah, there are certain types of things that yeah I would look to or find inspiration from time to time. That happens, and that was one of them. Uh, I thought that was really fascinating because Robin had talked about how there hasn't been really any breakthrough or uh, anything new in photography in a long time, and that's something I'd never seen before personally. Maybe it's been done to death, but it's new to me. And that's what's exciting about photography, is no matter how many times something has been done, it's still new to somebody. And somebody else can find excitement and joy in it just like I am now. I'm still finding new and exciting things all the time with photography that motivates me to go out and shoot. Oh, yeah, Arthur. Well, you take great photos. My God, you're an awesome photographer with tons of experience. I mean, a lot of my viewers, and I'm sure this is true for everyone, right, that watches YouTube for photography, you guys have, 20, 30, 40 years of photography experience way back in the film days. And, there's Johnny come lately like me shooting these Olympus digital cameras, right? And so there's very little sometimes I can teach someone in terms of photography, like how to take a picture or critique a photo or how to take a better photo. All I can really do is talk about how to use the camera. How do you get it to do this? And that's really why I started the channel, because I didn't make any presumption that I was a good photographer. I just wanted to say there's lots of people out there that don't know how to use a digital camera, right? Even though they may be very talented, good photographers. And that's what my channel's really always been about, is how to use the camera. I mean, time to time there's a gear review or whatever, kind of more of a wider audience type video. But, I never want my channel to be about gear specifically unless it's very specific. Like if this is going to solve a very specific problem that's very common. Um, Oh, question refers. What was your question again, photo? Were you asking me, do I do anything with my work? I don't sell anything though. I mean, I do real estate photography and I make money from that. Um, oh, hey Peter, do I have a link to the photos taken through the car? No, but let me make a note. If I figure it out, I'll send you a message somehow. Maybe on Instagram. I think I can message you. Car window. It was quite recent too, so hopefully I can find it. Car window photos. It might have been like a Jamie Windsor video or something where because Jamie Windsor references other photographers all the time. It might have been one of his videos where I saw it, and then I looked into it and I was like, wow, these are amazing. But if I find it, let me make a note for Peter. Okay. Hey, Robin. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're referencing about your rants. I don't know I've never seen you rant. Um, that that reminds me though. I remember the one time I saw Peter upset in a video is when Fro No Photos was talking about how Micro Four Thirds is not professional. Man, you could visibly see like the 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 pure anger in his eyes. At Frono's photo. Sorry, Peter. I didn't mean to call you out on that, but man, you looked really upset in that video when you were talking about how Fro is dumping on our Micro Four Thirds. And I always say, I don't care if somebody dumps on our stuff. It's just not the right camera for them. It's okay. Let's see. Man, suddenly there's a jump. It's like no matter how long I stay on, people are hanging out. let's see. For landscape. So if you have the kit lens now, maybe probably I'm sorry, this is from Canberry Hydrate. You know, maybe this wide, if you have the 14 to 42 lens that manually zooms out in and out, this little wide angle adapter for $99 is a really nice upgrade, so you can get a wider angle than you can now. If not this, let's say you have the easy power zoom or you don't have this lens, then the 9mm body cap lens is also very good. Even though it's $99, right? Even though the body cap lens is at f8 and it's fixed, landscape photos, you're usually on a tripod anyway, and you can do 10-second exposures. You know, I wouldn't do much longer than 10 or 20 seconds on a landscape because, you know, trees moves and things, but those are two affordable options for wide angle landscapes. Oh, okay, Desmond. Yeah. Okay, I remember that picture. Yep. And I'm falling behind here and going back and forth. And what is it? Actually, that is what you do really. I've learned so much. Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess that was in response to something I was ranting about. Talking about process works. It's great teaching about. Oh, thanks, Peter. Have I managed to get all of us here? We won't be here if your photography isn't good. Well, thanks, Robin. I guess I can't deny that, right? Um, I'm very flattered you guys are here. You know, you and Solanto and Robin and Peter and all of my viewers are hanging out. You know, Arthur and God, it's Jennifer, Mary, God, all you guys, Roman. Um, that's the only reason I can go on for 3, 4. God, we're gonna hit 4 hour mark here soon. I don't think I can marathon it much longer than that. um, oh yeah. See, Arthur, like you're a great example of a typical viewer, right? Of mine. You have years of photography experience, and then you buy a digital camera because you have to, right? Because film is freaking impossible. Uh, and I think my tutorials are really good for people like that too. I don't have to teach you about how to take a picture. I just have to show you how to turn the camera on. Um, do I edit my? Yes, I have to edit my real estate photos. I have a couple of videos on how I edit those, but essentially it's because in real estate photography, the biggest challenge really is you have a lot of different lighting. You know, you're going to have tungsten lighting, you're going to have fluorescent lighting, you might have LED lighting, and then you have natural sunlight coming in through the windows and all the freaking lamps around. And the biggest problem with real estate photography is dealing with all of this mixed lighting. So I have to do an ambient shot where I have all this mixed lighting in the images. Like, so this corner of the room will be blue, this corner will be yellow. And then I have to do a flash shot to match all the colors in the room accurately. And then I have to blend those two together. And then on top of that, I have to do bracketed shots because the dynamic range, you know, you have really bright sun coming in the windows and you have very dark shadows near the furniture. I have to bracket the shots and then blend those. So yeah, real estate, you have to edit. It's, you know, there's no way somebody with an iPhone is going to go in and take pictures of a house interior and come out with decent photos, right? So that's why real estate photography I think is still relatively lucrative, because to do a good job, you're not going to do it with an iPhone. Long story short. Yeah, I know, Peter. You were fuming on Fro, man. It didn't bother me. I thought he did the best review because the EM1X was going after people like him, right? In theory, at least my perception was, the M1X was trying to attract the pro photographer, like going to the Olympics, doing football games, and if they couldn't impress somebody like Fro, it's gonna be a tough sell to any pro photographer. I mean, it was an uphill battle to begin with. Um, but I think, the M1X is a great camera for people that are already in the system. I just don't know if they were ever going to hope to put a dent into the pro market. At least not now. But they got their foot in the door, right? Um, you'll listen as long as I'll talk. Oh my God. 83 people still. Man, watching this on your phone. That's too much information, Robin. But I'm glad you're still here. Uh, oh yeah, the cyberpunk. Yeah, I love that little cyberpunk workspace batch file or whatever it is they call. The preset I made. Like I said, I was inspired by Noe Al's rain photographer channel. Yeah, I used the 8 millimeter for my real estate work. That's it. Yeah, it's a great lens for real estate photography. Um, I mean, probably the 7 to 14 would be a slightly better choice. But I got the 8 millimeter for a really good deal, and the 8 millimeter is a dual purpose lens for me. It also is opening me up to be able to do astrophotography because of the bright 1.8 aperture. I think the 7 to 14 is a 2.8. So technically the 7 to 14 would be a better choice, but I wanted a little more versatility if I'm going to spend that kind of money. So I got the 8 millimeter fisheye because now I have a fisheye lens, I have a lens for astrophotography, and then I have a lens for real estate. So it was the best bang for the buck. And the 7 to 14 doesn't do all that. It would be a one-trick pony. I would use it only for real estate. And the 8 millimeter was smaller and lighter too, so that's why I got it. Oh yeah, Shalom, that's great. I'm glad the videos were good or helped you. Thank you, Arthur. Is the smallest size of the function lever on the M5 Mark III an issue ergonomically? No, it's the same. I feel like it's a little bit stiffer. Maybe that's because the camera's brand new. But yeah, I don't feel any. I don't. It is a little smallish though, but it's more rigid. Not rigid. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like it's got more. Uh, God, yeah, I'm getting tired. I can't. My vocabulary escapes me now. But it's easy. It's still easy enough to slide back and forth because you got a good grip when you push it. There's a texture. There's enough texture on the grip on the switch to move it easily. Um, let's see. 90. I'm not sure what 90 means. Come on. You ate lunch, huh, Jennifer? I'm so jealous. I'm getting really hungry now. Talking about lighting make me think about good video to make. Yeah, I should do some more flash videos. I haven't done those in a while, and my flash photography is not half bad actually. if I do say so myself. At least it's much better than it used to be when I made those videos originally. Because, you know, when I started out, I'd have to take like 100 pictures and then I could show you guys like one or two, right? Because the other 98 were just terrible. But now probably most of the time when I go out, like my photo walks and everything, there's that you're pretty much seeing all of them. You know, there's nothing for me not to show because I was able to get the picture the way I wanted it. I'm not saying it's a good picture, but I got the picture the way I wanted it in camera the first time. I didn't have to take, you know, spray and pray. And my flash photography is kind of the same way. I pretty much can now set the flash setting. I kind of got a feel for the power that I would need if I'm doing it manually, etc. Where to point the flash. And I'm very conscious of the color of walls and etc. So I definitely need to update some flash photography too. The M5 Mark III. I don't know. You know, Arthur, as good as the M5 Mark III is, this screen flipping around for the kind of photography you do, I don't know if you're going to be a fan of that. If this doesn't bother you, I would get a Pen F. I wouldn't get this for street photography that you do. This is better. Now, if you're thinking about doing vlogging, because I know you talked about that, like doing vlogging and video and photography at the same time, then yeah, this is a superior choice to the Pen F. But for pure photography, if you decide you're good with this kind of screen, because I know this has been a deal breaker for you on the Pen F, but if you decide you're okay with this, then get the Pen F for street photography. And you can probably save about $500 over an EM5 Mark III. Okay, Jose, we'll see you later. Is there anybody here that started at 9:30 in the morning? I'm sure there's someone. I can't remember. I would be shocked, though, if there's that many people. I'm going to have to hydrate eventually. I mean, 4 hours? I'm 50-some years old. I haven't had to go to the bathroom in 4 hours. That means I'm dehydrated. Yeah, the Pen F, Peter, is my favorite camera for just general shooting. Because you know me, I'm a big JPEG guy and art filter guy, and the Pen F has, you know, the highlight shadow midtones here, very easily accessible with the jog dial. And then I have the 4 custom settings, so I can switch. Like I might have a custom setting for monochrome, a custom setting for my Kodachrome and my colors and film simulations. Then the exposure comp dial is right here. It's a hard, solid, dedicated button. So yeah, for pure photography, this by far, you know, for photography. But because I vlog, if I didn't have this channel, that would be it for me. But because of this channel, if I continue doing this channel and video, if I can only have one camera, it would be the CM5 Mark III for everything it can do. But yeah, for photography, that is the camera by far. Yeah, Kostov, you have been here from the beginning. How about you, Peter? What would you use if you didn't have your channel? What camera would be your only camera? Same thing for Robin if you're still around, and SulatonBlog, right? If you could only have one camera, because we all have all the cameras. I don't have an EM1X, but man, you know. If we only, like, seriously, what camera would you keep? For me, without this channel, it would be the Pen F. Otherwise, it's the M5 Mark III because of this channel. God, Chuck, that's right. You've been here a while, too. I don't think you chimed in right away. I think maybe you said hi, and then, I don't remember. Yeah, EM5. Even if you didn't have your channel for photography, you like the EM5 III. That makes sense, though. EM10, something smaller. Wow. Wow, I'm surprised you said the EPL9 because there's not really a viewfinder on that ever. It doesn't even have the little adapter viewfinder. But yeah, the EM10 series definitely is awesome. I think Arthur, that's still the perfect camera for you, is that EM10 Mark II. Yeah, next year, yeah. I mean, Panasonic has cameras with no articulating screen. Well, never mind. I don't know. Ask Sulatan. He might know. If you want to, if you want to use all your lenses, maybe Panasonic has an option with a regular screen. And then you just buy a 5-inch monitor separate that you just mount on top of your camera, right? Speaking of, I need to charge some batteries here soon. EM1 Mark II, yeah. It makes sense, but that makes sense. EM1 Mark II is the best camera by far. For everything, because it has the grip, the really long battery life, and you can use any lens from Olympus with that comfortably. You cannot comfortably use every lens from Olympus on a Pen PL9, for example. But that's interesting. Pen F with a fixed 45, ISO 200,000, and the eye focusing, yeah, of a Sony 6400. Right? The perfect camera. You should be watching Camera Conspiracies. He'd be right there with you. Yeah, the EPM2. That's an oldie but a goodie. Hi, Robert. Yep, those are the two cameras, Kent, that I started with. I started with the M10. Because like I said, I was shooting D750 for a couple of years before buying the M10. The M10 was just going to be sort of my walk-around camera. I ended up replacing everything, but about a month after I got the EM10 Mark II, I bought the Pen F because I was like, man, this camera's awesome. I've only recently started using the 17 this year, and I'm in love with that focal length. It's I didn't think I would like it because I was like, I got it covered with my kit lens. What do I need a 17 millimeter prime for? But then after I bought it, I'm like, it's the only lens I would regret leaving home. If I left home without it, I would regret it. But okay, I'm gonna go for 5 more minutes and then I'm gonna go because I'm so hungry. Yeah, the M10 is perfect for street. It is. It's a great camera. You can see this was my street camera for a long time because I blacked it out here to be more discreet. And man, this camera, the only actually there's nothing wrong with this camera. The only reason I don't use the camera much now is I busted the battery door on it and there's no mic jack. But the flip around screen, I don't care. Even for video, I can just look at the lens front and center like I am now. Even though I don't have a flip screen on it, I'm looking at you, right? So the flip screen thing is kind of overrated for vlogging. It helps, but it's a little overrated, I think. Yeah, Peter, I appreciate you coming in. I'm very flattered. You and Robin and Sulatan came in, or Solanto, I'm sorry. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And all of my viewers, of course, the most, that you guys have hung out with me this long. Wow. I mean, we're going to hit 4 hours here in 3 minutes, and the screen was blurry when I started, but now it's really starting to get blurry. I think I need some hydration here soon. Okay, Robin. Yeah, thanks for coming in. We'll catch you guys later. But I need to call it. I need to eat and get hydrated. Um, and there's only about 3 hours of light left now. So even though it's raining, I was thinking I might still get out and do a photo walk. Now that I got a weather sealed camera that I can carry, other than the EM1. Um, yeah, take a nap, right? Man, if I take a nap now, oh God, that might be it for me. I went to bed like at 6 o'clock a couple of days ago. I didn't get up till almost 7 o'clock the next day. Oh, don't stop before it's 4. Okay, we got 2 more minutes, right? To make it. Oh no, wait. I started just a little bit after 1 or 9:30. What does the machine say here? 3 hours and 51 minutes. All right, I will tough it out for 8.5 more minutes. So any questions? Any questions at all? Hey Gams, how long have you been here? My God. I haven't seen you punch up anything. Yeah, this helps a little. I can see, but then I'm going to get a migraine if I leave these on too long. What I could do is go eat lunch and just leave the streaming running, right? Then technically it would be 4 hours, but that wouldn't be right, right? Oh, I have so many leftovers from Thanksgiving. Yeah, I got to eat that. I think I've put on about 3 pounds already. Maybe 4. I always eat way too much. And the problem is when you start eating a lot over a short period of time, other than gaining weight, right? Somehow your stomach gets used to being like full with that much food all the time. So then when you try to cut back to your normal diet, all of a sudden you're hungry all the time because you're used to eating so much. And that's the hard part. A video conference. Maybe I don't know how to do that exactly. I barely can get this live stream working right. If you saw any of my earlier live streams, oh my God, the audio cut out. I was constantly out of focus, and man, a 5-way, that would get confusing, I think, all 5 of us going. I mean, you guys, but Peter and Robin and Sulaton, you guys should do live streams. They're a lot of fun. I mean, it was fun having you here, but doing your own, man, I really enjoy it personally. I think you guys would like it a lot too. Because it's been a couple of months since Peter's done one, and I've never seen Robin or Sulaton do one that I can recall. But yeah, I'm willing to give it a shot. I've seen where they do 2 people in a live stream, but I've never seen like a 3 or 4-way live stream. That would be crazy, right? I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I guess ultimately there has to be one person controlling all the other people. All I would do is, for example, sign in. So whoever has the most technical expertise on that, God forbid it's me, because then we're in trouble. But whoever has the most technical expertise should be controlling like all the other streams, and then the rest of us just sign in, right? But yeah, Skype is. I'm not paying for Skype. I know, I'm so cheap, Robin. I don't like to pay for park. If you watch my vlogs, I hate to pay for parking, and I don't like to buy food even when I'm out unless I have to. I try to eat before I leave. But yeah, Skype you can conference, but that's different. That's not on YouTube. It has to kind of be on YouTube, right? So I'll look into it this week, though. I have some technical background. I'm not saying you guys don't, but I have some. I should be able to figure this out, and then we can coordinate. Maybe we can email each other at some point And just for you guys and all my viewers, this is my email. So let's see. Oh, Jennifer, God, I can't believe you'd like get things done. Well, I wish I could do that. Huh. Yeah, one has to be the host. That's the correct terminology, right? You have the host, and then you have the people coming in. And I'll look into it. I'm sure somebody's done a YouTube video on how to do that. Maybe Nick Nimitz or one of those guys, you know, that talk about how to get rich on YouTube. uh, one of those guys have it. Five or six, great. Was that on YouTube, Vanzini? That you saw 5 or 6 voice activated camera shots? Yeah, we can shoot for January. That seemed like a good time. I was thinking next week, but no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we can try something in January. Oh, I know, Jennifer. You haven't been following. I talk up Arthur's Instagram all the time. He's awesome. Oh, Guitar Channel did it. Okay. I have to look into that. Like I said, I'm sure there's some YouTube channel that tells you how to do it, and we can all watch that and then kind of come to a consensus which one we're going to use if we have to use any software at all. Because by then, you know how YouTube is constantly updating their crap here. They might just make it a button on their live stream thing here. Or I just, you know, one of us just adds people. I don't know. Oh my God, that would be so fun though, right? All 3 or 4 of us kind of just. We should call up Emily and Peter Pop or James Popsis. I keep thinking of Peter Popoff. If you don't know who Peter Popoff is, you should YouTube him. He was a train wreck. But James Popsis, what the heck? We might need something better than YouTube to do all that, but who knows? Have our own freaking Photokina or whatever they call it. Johnny Bean does live one-on-one friends, I think. Johnny. Gosh, Vanzini, you know a little more than... you know a little too much about this YouTube stuff. Bean. YouTube live. I love Emily because I love her channel because it's, you know, she's always smiling and she's so much fun to watch. But her channel name was just genius, you know, Micro 4 Nerds. I'm so jealous of that name. I love that name. Because you're retired. True that, man. Oh my God, camera. Let's not get carried away, okay? I love camera conspiracies, but man, you know, we all got. Let's oh, okay. Did I hit 4 hours yet? Where's my timer? Oh my God, 25 more seconds. I'm gonna end it at 4 hours. But yay for the M1 Mark II, right? Going 3 hours on one battery, and then for everybody coming in from all the different channels. I'm so flattered. Oh, Tony and Chelsea to come in. Oh my God. Oh wow. I would be happy to have them come in, but man, there's some viewers that would, yeah, they would have all of their trolls follow them is the problem. You know, and they'll start hating on us too. But yeah, That's something. If we had Fro and Tony and all those big channels coming in, yeah, their trolls will follow us. Because I haven't had to hit the delete button or anything ever, or delete a comment ever on any of my comments or any of my live streams, because, we're all just photographers, right? But man, having those big channels, I don't want them to bring all their dirt with them, so to speak. Not that there's anything wrong with them personally, but they have a lot of trolls in their channels. But okay, guys. That is 4 hours and 1 minute. 1 minute too long. So thanks again for everyone joining. I guess the other channels and I will try and coordinate something for January. And but in the meantime, probably Sundays is a good time for me to live stream. But in between, I'll do as many photo walks as I can. So thanks again, and we'll see you guys again soon. I'm starting to shake. I'm like, if I don't eat, I'm going to pass out. Is this still going? Seriously? End? Now it doesn't want to end. I hit the end button. Are you sure you want to end? Yes. Seriously. I guess I can turn the camera off. That'll end it.